Good morning, everyone. Sarah to open our proceedings for today with the karakia. Thank you, Sarah.
Mamihi nui o te wā, aku e karakia timata, tukua te tōra tania te nui ka mawawa o haupu ki aue ki autu aiwa mo tōna rai roa eta, tōna tau tangata mātua e ro pakiria ki ro na tutu whakanoa ki a tina, ame e hui tāi.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Always a lovely way to start the day. Just to let everyone know, I'm a little bit ruffled. I've just driven up from Palmerston North this morning through a bit of a windy old day. The new Waipipi wind farm was certainly earning its keep this morning.
Probably not operating, it's probably too windy.
Oh no, it was going pretty well. So welcome back. We're at hearing 9, and just so to keep tabs of everything, hearing 9 is associated with the subdivision chapter, the subdivision topic. We have deferred hearings 7 and 8, which relate to natural hazards and coastal environment until later in the proceedings. So we've flipped from hearing 6 to hearing 9 on our schedule. So that's the topic for today. I think most of you have been here before, but there's one new face I can see here. Welcome. And I will just for the record go through just the standard sort of opening for the hearings as we start them off. But firstly, Julie, I wonder whether you could do the health and safety notices, please.
In the event of an emergency, follow the instructions of council staff. If the fire alarm goes, our meeting point is out through the main door and in front of the Spark building next door, taking care not to block the footpath. If there's an earthquake, drop cover hold as best you can, and we will await further instruction. Toilets round to the left, and then there's a cafeteria at the top of the stairs and to the right that's open to the public. In terms of COVID protocols, ask that when you're moving around, if you can wear your masks, and in any of the public areas in the building as well. Once you're seated, you're welcome to take your mask off if you're comfortable to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. So just some introductions for the start. 3 out of the 4 appointed commissioners are hearing the subdivision topic. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Stephen Daish. I'm the chair. I'm based in Hawke's Bay, and from a planning background. On my right is Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you, Stephen. Yes, like Stephen, I'm a planning practitioner, independent, certified hearings commissioner, based in Wellington, and been involved in the RMA space forever.
Through your lifetime, anyway,
yes.
Not quite. And Commissioner Littlejohn Kit, to say welcome. Here he is.
Kia ora, morena everyone. Nice to see those of you I can see again, beaming in from Tāmaki Makaurau. And I've got a legal background and have spent most of my practicing life in this space as well. So, and subdivision's a topic dear to my heart, so I'm looking forward to the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think both David and Kit are an odd breed who specialise in subdivision. I must say it's not my exact speciality, but I deal with it quite a bit. So I'm really looking forward to how this evolves, because it's an absolutely key part of the planning framework. So look, after those introductions, I just want to reconfirm or say that the hearings panel, independent hearings panel, has been appointed by the New Plymouth District Council with delegated authority to make recommendations to them about the district plan review and submissions on those. Our role is to hear and listen to evidence and views from submitters, and to hear and receive recommendations and advice from the council planning team, and also a really important part of the process to hear and get advice from other experts who participate in the process on an equal basis. We take on board all sort of views from lay submitters. They aren't necessarily experts, but they're experts in their own right in terms of their interests and properties and values, those sort of things. So that all contributes to the mix of a good hearing. We've had a really good start to the hearings process. Everyone has been very respectful and interested, and we're really appreciative of that. And you'll see from the process that we're generally interested in looking for the best outcome for the district with this plan, and we ask sometimes some pretty probing questions, sometimes just some questions for information, but reasonably informal. And I say this every time, we quite often use people's first names, particularly when we get used to seeing different people, and that's just part of, I suppose, the style that we like. If we don't know people, we'll use the second names, but that's just something to note. Now, in terms of the hybrid, we're running a hybrid sort of in-person Zoom process at the moment. Commissioner Littlejohn can't wait to get back down here to his old stomping ground to be with us, and he generally says he's missing being with us, which I actually think is right. So, but in the meantime, we do have to go through this process. Some of the hearings we run fully on Zoom. Some of them have been all in person, and some of them are the sort of hybrid approach. Personally, I think there's nothing like being in the room and talking face to face, and I particularly find that with the staff interaction, the key role that staff have. And I found it a bit difficult at the last hearing, just staff are sort of at a little table and right at the end I find that being here in person when we can, luckily Dave and I can be here at the moment, that works really well. Now, in terms of the Zoom protocol, we've developed a process where it's pretty much microphones off and videos off, but when a party is presenting, we like just to see everyone that's involved at that party with their videos on, so we can interact. And sometimes there might be an expert that's talking to us, but the client's there as well, or another colleague, and we can then get some dialogue going with if we need to ask some questions in a broader way. So that's what we're doing there. If you have any problem with Zoom connections, because some people do, just try and hang in there the best you can. If you can't stay there because of the connection, just let Julie know by text or something, Julie, our administrator. And the hearings are recorded, so everything's live. You can go back and catch up with things, and the hearings recordings are going up, and each hearing slot on the website reasonably soon now after the hearings. And the Zoom platform gives us a pretty amazing record of the proceedings, really. We can look back when we're making our decisions, and it's a really great record. And perhaps the olden days, even a couple of years ago, we used to have to either write our own notes or have transcripts written up, which is very laborious. So the fact that we've got this recording is pretty amazing. So that's the Zoom. We have, as a hearings panel, issued a register of interests where all of us, to some extent, have worked in and around Taranaki over the last few years, and we have just set out both work we've done with the council, either in a commissioner role or an other advisory role, and other clients we have around about a register of interest. We've circulated that in a minute and asked for any questions or comments about any potential conflicts of interests. To date, we've had no concerns or feedback. And one of the reasons I think is we're managing things pretty clearly. If things are a bit close to the bone with a previous association with a process for a client, we've managed the hearings commissioner so that we don't have any potential conflicts. But at the start of each year, and I do need to ask whether anyone perceives, having looked at that, there's any concerns or issues with us hearing this as independent commissioners. I'll give you 5 minutes to put your hand up, or 5 seconds to put your hand up, or raise your hand on the Zoom. Right, that's that done. I now need to just move to appearances, just who's here and some introductions. Maybe just looking around the room, perhaps Nicola, we start, maybe start with Julie, just to left, and we'll come around to the right. Thank you.
Julie Strackers, so staff member with council, wearing a hearing administrator hat today. And this afternoon, Charles Willen will be taking over for the afternoon.
Thank you, Julie.
My name's Nicola Lawrenson. I'm a consultant planner with MPDC and prepared the 42A report for the subdivision chapter and the earthworks chapter, which we did on Zoom earlier this year.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicola.
Joe Ritchie, district planning team.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Edwards and I'm the district plan lead at the council. Good morning, everyone. My name is Louise McLean. I'm personal standard planner with the consultancy Enterprise.
Okay.
I'm speaking to submission this afternoon.
Thank you, Louise.
Morena, Campbell Matson. I'm a local business owner and ratepayer, resident of New Plymouth, speaking on behalf of my submission today.
Thank you, Mr. Matson.
Cam Goodley, planning expert for Mr. Matson.
Cam.
Maria Proda, and I'm forward to cover evidence tomorrow. Sarah Maputi, tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. And just on the screen, Keith, you're first up on the screen for us.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kia ora whānau. Keith Holswich, Ngāti Rahiri, listening in today, presenting tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Michael.
Morena, Commissioners. Michael Campbell, appearing for Kāinga Ora, listening in today and appearing tomorrow.
Yes, welcome back, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you.
Graham Garrison.
Graham. Okay, Graham.
Just unmuting myself. Kia ora. Graham Carrison for Spark, and the telcos were on later this morning. So here with Tom Anderson as our planning expert. So.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get to Tom. He's at the end. Who's
Stephanie.
Stephanie, are you there to say hello?
Morena, Stephanie McNichol, speaking to the Department of Conservation submission.
Welcome, Stephanie. Good morning. Dean Raymond.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Dean Raymond. I'm a planner presenting a bit of evidence for Heritage New Zealand. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back, Dean. Hilary, I can see you there.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So my name is Hilary Walker. I'm presenting later this morning on behalf of Federated Farmers. Hopefully Mark, our provincial president, will be able to join us, but I'm not able to confirm that yet. But yeah, we'll see you a little bit later today.
Okay, thank you, Hilary. Casey.
Morena tātou, Casey Bellamy, planner at Te Kotahi Te Atiawa Trust.
Yeah, Atamaria, Casey. Tom Anderson, lucky last.
Kia ora, Tom Anderson, Insight planner and assisting with the telecommunication submission and evidence as indicated by Graham before.
Thank you, Tom. All right, I think that's everyone, and you'll see people will come and go through the day on Zoom. We don't normally introduce them like this, but it's just nice to know just to start the day with those appearances and introductions. Right, are there any questions from anyone before we kick off today's proceedings? No. So first up, Nicola, we have your very extensive report. Obviously put a lot of work into this. So the floor is yours to take us through in the way that you plan. You might have a PowerPoint there by the things.
Yes, I put together a hopefully small PowerPoint to get us started thinking about subdivision. So, as I said, my name is Nicola and I've considered the submissions on the subdivision chapter. And I've written the section 42 report. And I thought the network utilities one might be bigger, but it ended up on a page smaller.
Oh, you're doing utilities as well. Yeah.
So the report also covers definitions that provide context to subdivision and the subdivision chapter. So since publishing the section 42 report, we've become aware of an error that a submission number and point was recorded incorrectly in Appendix 3. So the submission number and point was for Don Crow's submission on the definition for residential subdivision or residential development. It was incorrectly recorded as number 3403B instead of 298.78. This submission will be considered in the hearing for structure plan and development areas. So the appendix has been amended, and you've got a copy of that, and I've given Julie a copy to go online as well.
So that just replaces page what? Goes in appendix 3.
So the deferred.
Oh, okay, yes, gotcha. Yeah, so we'll just take out that page that's in there and replace it with this one. Thank you.
So I've just got a quick outline to this introduction presentation. I'll cover off the structure of subdivision in both operative and proposed plans. The submissions received, the amendments which are proposed, and what matters remain in contention. So the operative district plan doesn't contain a dedicated chapter of subdivision provisions. The issues, objectives and policies were applicable for subdivision sit within the management strategy in volume 1 of the operative district plan. And that's just a screenshot from the website of the issues there that the plan deals with. So the environment area objectives and policies are located within issues 1 to 9. And in addition to the zone expectations and issues, the objectives and policies for the overlays and works and services are contained in issues 11 to 22. So there's one overlays chapter that contains all overlay rules, and they apply to proposals in addition to the zone-based subdivision rules that enable the subdivision to take place. So in this example, I've included the overlay rules for the future urban development area. And down the bottom, you can see that there's a specific rule for subdivision of land. So that rule there applies in addition to the rural rules that you would find in the rural chapter. So there are overlay rules for subdivision of land in the coastal hazard area, a coastal policy area within 20 metres of the Inglewood or Norfolk fault lines, within a flood hazard area, on a site containing a heritage item, an indicative road or a notable tree, on a site showing a preferred esplanade, reserve or strip or priority water body, significant natural area, site or area of significance to Maori and structure plan area. So I've just shown, I know you can't see them very well, but I've shown some rural rules here to build on the example of the future urban development overlay in the previous slide. So under the operative district plan, subdivision proposals must be assessed against the environment, area and future urban development rules if they apply. So the rural subdivision rules control subdivision through one combined rule for the number of lots that can be created in the area requirements, and or if it's a network utility, there's a separate rule. There are additional rules to support the enabling rule, such as whether or not additional lots are created on an existing right-of-way and for services and building platforms. So the servicing rules require assessments of standards in volume 2 of the operative district plan. So that's looking at your traffic and transport matters or your servicing matters. Each rule is assigned its own activity status. So just an example, a new lot that contains a permitted building platform is a controlled activity subdivision under that building platform rule. However, if the lot is within a chicken farm buffer where dwellings are a controlled activity, then that new lot would not have a permitted building platform, so the subdivision would be discretionary under that building platform rule. So just moving on to implementation. So the objectives and policies for subdivision under the operative district plan are pretty general. And in the case of the rural environment, the focus is on rural character and amenity and not always on the protection and use of the rural land resource. We've had several plan changes over the past 15 years. So plan change 27 was undertaken in 2012 and amended the subdivision and land use provisions relating to maintaining rural character in the rural environment area. So this plan change strengthened the policy context under issue 4, which is the rural zone, and related objective policies and associated rules to control the scale, location, density and design of land use and subdivision in the rural environment area. Prior to plan change 27 becoming operative, rural fragmentation occurred, excuse me, because the plan rules allowed dense development throughout the rural area. The other plan changes include plan change 15, future urban development overlay, which we just saw, and plan change 35, which was updating the land development and subdivision infrastructure provisions, and that was in 2014. So plan change 35 replaced district plans references to the council's 1997 codes of practice.
Do we need another slide up, is it?
No.
That's the one. Okay, yeah.
And then, so just moving on to point 3, so permitted development under the land use rules has in some cases created situations that don't align with the subdivision rules. So the most common example of this is the land use provisions that we have for more than one house on a residential allotment. So you can do this as a permitted activity where the bulk and location rules of the plan are met. But then really what happens is people come to subdivide and they find themselves with a non-compliant subdivision because of lot size requirement.
Just a point of clarification, so a resource consent or even a building consent might have been necessary for the dwelling.
Yeah, so that happens that we don't have a rule, a land use rule in our district plan in the residential area that controls the number of dwellings. So if you can meet all of the setbacks, the height, all of that stuff, you can put as many dwellings on a site as you like.
Yes.
But yeah, the issue comes that if you've got 2 dwellings on a site that's 600 square metres and the minimum lot size is 450 for subdivision, then there's a disconnect.
Just Keith has got his hand up there. Keith, was there something you wanted to alert us to? You're on mute there, Keith. Turn your speaker on, Keith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Perhaps it's just me, but I'm finding it very difficult to hear Nicola. I'm just wondering if the microphone can be placed closer. Everyone else is very clear.
Sorry, Kate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Much better, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Thanks for that.
Right. So similarly, an example in commercial areas where development's taken place, where you might need a 3-metre driveway. But then when you come to subdivide and you want to turn that into a right of way, you need 10 metres and you haven't left 10 metres. So those are some of the issues with that. And just moving on to point 4. So I just want to talk a little bit about parent title. So in some cases, parent title searches for rural subdivision require considerable research to determine the number of allotments that have been and can be created. Parent title is an area of land comprised in one record of title that existed on 5 March 1999, so a little while ago. So this complex piece of work is often compounded by our 3-tier rule approach that we currently have, which allows second and subsequent subdivision as a restricted discretionary or discretionary activity. And so each of these subdivisions, if it's not all done in the first one, each subdivision of that land would need a new check. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm just going to take you through an example of a parent title check that I had to do last year. So can you just flick onto the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is a 2-lot rural subdivision. Just put the fact that it's got a less than 4 hectare balance aside for the minute, because we'll just look at parent title. So I'll just demonstrate how we do that and how difficult it can become. Click. So the big lot here was the parent title for this rural site. So the first subdivision, this is the first subdivision of that parent title. So that was undertaken in 2005, and 11 lots were subdivided from that parent title. The plan that subdivision was undertaken prior to Plan Change 27 for the rural review and was a controlled activity. So 2 small lots, not less than 4,000, were created, and all other lots that were created were over 4 hectares in area. An esplanade strip of 15 metres was set aside due to the site adjoining a stream. And the site that we're looking at on the previous slide is the yellow one on here. Click. So there had been more subdivision on this parent title since 2005, so I had to go and hunt for them all. So in 2007, there was a subdivision of lots 5 and 6 of the original parent title subdivision. And this was a boundary adjustment by amalgamation. So while a lot was created there, it was amalgamated with the neighbouring site. So this was a subdivision undertaken in 2008 of another of the 2 original parent title sites. And this was another boundary adjustment. In 2008, there was a subdivision of lot 1 created by the second subdivision in 2007 and lot 7 of the original parent title subdivision, but this was also a boundary adjustment. Click. So this, it was a subdivision in 2009, and it was a subdivision of lot 8 of the original parent title subdivision. And it created an additional lot. Both lots were over 4 hectares and undertaken before the rural review, so controlled at the time. Click. In 2013, there was a subdivision of lots 1 and 2 of the previous subdivision to adjust the boundaries. Click. This is a subdivision of lot 5 created by the original parent title sub, and a lot from the 2007 sub, and a lot from the 2008 sub, and was processed as a boundary adjustment. Click. So this was a subdivision proposal to create an additional lot from one of the 2008 subdivisions. This proposal was notified publicly in December 2014 and was refused in March 2015.
So obviously it wasn't a controlled activity.
No, it was very much a non-compliant activity at that
Why
time.
was that?
Because it didn't, because of the number of lots that had been taken, I believe. It might have been a discretionary activity. I can check though. I can tell you it was declined. So overall, when I undertook this parent title check, even though I'm only looking at that subdivision at the top of that original one, I had to figure out what had happened across the whole site. These checks can be quite difficult. Each subdivision obviously receives a new DP number. Some lots go through several numbers, but don't actually necessarily result in additional lots. And it's really easy to miss subdivision, especially if the title hasn't been created yet, or if it's still a subdivision consent. In this case, though, I was lucky, and it was relatively straightforward because there was no cross subdivision with other parent titles, which also happens. So it's for this reason that I've suggested an alternative parent title rule. And we'll talk about that no doubt as the hearing progresses. So what I've heard from the planning staff processing resource consents is it's really hard to give this information over the counter, just to tell them what activity status they are going to be. Click. So moving on to our proposed district plan provisions.
Yeah, look, this is a Q&A session, so if you like, David.
Yeah, so just before you get on to proposed plans, I just got some questions of clarification regarding the operative plan, because it's always useful to understand what the existing framework is and what's driving changes to it. I should say that I have had some involvement in peer reviewing Section 95 and Section 104 reports for Plymouth District Council on rural subdivisions, mainly 2-lot subdivisions. So I sort of understand the rural provisions, but not so much the urban ones. So what you said, can I just indicate what I'm getting, and please tell me if I'm wrong. So in the operative district plan, there's no dedicated subdivision chapter. Okay, so subdivision provisions are found largely in zone rules.
Yes.
And in district-wide rules or overlay rules. And I think you gave the example of the future urban zone overlay. Okay. And the main standard is either the number of allotments or the area requirements that will differ between zones.
Mostly the area requirements, yes. So the rural zone is the only zone that I think limits the number of lots you can create.
Yes. Okay. And of course, there are other requirements such as building platform requirements, transportation requirements, Esplanade rules, setbacks from priority water bodies.
Yes, and just on the overlay rules, so there's special overlay rules that are for subdivision applications, but then when we're looking at those building platform rules, we actually end up having to look at some of the overlays for the land use rules as well to make sure that you do have a permitted building platform.
What's the situation in the operative plan regarding development or the land development code? You mentioned that plan change 35 updated the reference to that. I think it was previously in 1997 code of practice.
Yes.
And was it 2014 it was updated?
Yes, to use the standard. So it is not embedded in the plan, but I understand it is the best practice in there is the best practice to achieve what the council's looking to achieve.
I need to understand that a little bit more in more detail. Is it there as a point of reference, or is it there as a standard in the operative plan?
It's not a standard in the operative plan.
Is it an advice note?
It is an advice note. I think the references to the codes of practice as the best practice way of achieving whatever they wanted has been replaced with that, with the words, the land development manual, standard, whatever it is.
Okay. It's a topic I'm interested in. I've been involved in the Nelson City and Tasman District Council, the Wellington City Council, attempts to grapple with how to include land development codes of practice into district plans. So we'll come back to that because I know it's an issue that some submitters have raised.
Yes.
Just on the disconnect between the land use rules and the subdivision rules, is that predominantly a rural disconnect or is it across zones?
The ones I talked about was residential. So the additional dwellings on a residential site. And in the commercial was, I gave the example about the driveway standard not transpiring into a right of way that complies.
So the number of lots disconnect with subdivision rules is predominantly a residential zone issue.
So you are allowed a second dwelling in a rural zone, but there is some policy wording in that issue 4 about the second dwelling not being a reason to allow subdivision in the rural zone.
Yes. So where there are more than one dwelling on a site and being or either as a permitted activity or and approved as a building consent, and there's a subdivision consent needed, what activity status does that trigger to if it's less than the minimum standard zone?
So in residential to not, well, it could be discretionary depending on the lot size. So,
yes.
So we've got 450 controlled in our Res A,
yes.
And 4 then goes down to 400.
It's a DA.
Yes, and then below that's non-complying. And in our higher density, it's 300 and 250, and below 250 becomes non-complying.
Yes. Have you had a look as to what the consenting outcomes have been for those subdivision consents where the subdivisions come in after the fact?
Yeah, so I think that I know when I processed a long time ago, the council was still quite strict on those lot sizes, but I understand that that's relaxed now and that they're getting granted more and more.
Yes. Predominantly because the dwellings
the effects
either there or
and the effects are established, really.
And the parent title one, that was a great example. It's a very complex one, and I know you've tried to simplify it in the proposed plan, so it
doesn't look simplified, but I have hoped.
That's been incredibly useful for me to understand what the current scenario is.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'm just doing a sound check, Mr. Holswich. Are we hearing both sides okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nicola is very clear. Yes, no, it's fine by me now. Thank you.
Okay, we'll try and keep our voices up. Nicola's hogging the microphone. Yeah, so that's all fine. But yeah, definitely if you can't hear anything, just sing out. That's very good. So back to you. Thank you, Nicola.
So the proposed district plan provisions, we've got a dedicated subdivision chapter. It contains 3 objectives. It's got policies relating to all subdivision and then some dedicated to urban subdivision and rural zones subdivision. The new rules give greater consideration to the landforms and other features, provide for increased connectivity, succinct infrastructure, including network utilities, which we don't have under our ODP, better cultural input, and also provides for the new zones that we've got in our proposed district plans, such as the rural lifestyle zone. There are 9 new rules that allow for subdivision in each zone and a couple of pseudo-type overlay rules that apply, for example, indicative roads that would apply in conjunction with the enabling subdivision rule. There are 9 standards to address matters for all subdivision relating to servicing and similar matters that apply across the board. Okay. So the subdivision chapter houses all the general subdivision rules and standards, including rules that enable subdivision, except for Eco R6, which is an outlier. It's a special rule that allows subdivision to occur, and it sits in our ecosystems chapter. So that rule provides for incentive lot subdivision where conservation covenants are created around an identified SNA. So where a identified feature exists in a site that's being subdivided, an overlay rule may exist for that in the respective overlay chapter, and such as water bodies, and that rule seeks to protect the values of the feature and is supported by objectives and policies in those overlay chapters. So chapters for development areas also include rules that are in addition to the subdivision chapter. So an example of that is in the Dev 2 area, subdivision must comply with the subdivision chapter rules, as well as the Carrington Street structure plan. So the transport chapter contains the rules and standards relating to entranceways, driveways, and rights of way. This is similar to the current practice of using the traffic and transport appendices, and traffic and transport subdivision matters are similarly dealt with across other local authorities. And the network utilities chapter contains rules relating to subdivision in the National Grid corridor, gas transmission pipeline corridor, and objectives and policies protecting network utilities from subdivision are located in this chapter. The zone rules relating to bulk and location requirements will continue to have the same relationship in a subdivision process, and they sit in the zone chapters. Earthworks rules are in the earthworks chapter, and they are also required to be complied with, but they're not included as a separate subdivision standard. There's other cross-references and for subdivision, and these are all in the overview for the chapter. So I haven't read them all out yet. So in conjunction with the district plan objectives and policies and any relevant structure plans, assessment matters for controlled and discretionary activities will be assessed against subdivision design guide and where relevant, the residential design guide. So the subdivision design guide provides guidance on infrastructure and subdivision design and outlines the type and quality of outcomes the council is seeking for new subdivisions within the district. And these design guides are appended to the proposed plan. So submissions on the design guidelines will be heard in hearing 17 in March next year. So council's land development and infrastructure standard has been recently updated. This document is a local version based on NZ 4404. It was developed using a public process with input from stakeholders, including surveyors. So just moving on to the submissions. So we had a total of 51 original submissions covering 332 submission points, and we had 14 further submissions covering 178 submission points. The submissions were spread across the definitions, the objectives, policies, rules, and standards. And we've got the key issues which are set out in the 42A report. Click. So we've got some recommended amendments. I'm not going to dwell on these because we're going to talk about them over the next 2 days. So I'll just move on to the matters that remain in contention. So for our objectives and policies, there's been changes requested to objective 2 and 3 and various policies relating to the identified features, protection enhancement, and what is significant. There's a request to amend sub P14 to include reference to noise contour boundaries along with zone boundaries. We've been asked to amend policy 11 to provide for amended rural lifestyle zone lot size requirements. In our rules, we've been requested to make changes to matters of control and discretion, including the request to remove or replace the words significant with outstanding, and replace landforms with landscapes, and similarly to remove the word significant. There's request for better acknowledgement of cultural expertise, some proposed amendments to wording for some of the rules just for clarity and ease of reading them. Been a request to include additional parameters to subdivision in the rural production zone for reverse sensitivity. relating primarily to the airport and subdivision near the Egmont National Park. We've been asked to amend sub R5 and that's the rural lifestyle zone rule to allow for blanket minimum lot size and change this to a controlled activity status. We've been asked to remove archaeological sites, the reference to archaeological sites as they're contained in the term historic heritage. There's general amendments to matters of discretion and control that we've been asked to look at, and the same with the design guides. And I don't know if I mentioned that we've also been asked about new provisions. And I'm interested particularly in hearing from those submitters who want those new provisions and how they would work. So we've got Kaingora who seeks to allow subdivision around land use consents for all activities in all urban zones, which I think is quite broad. So I'm interested in hearing about how that's going to work. And Mr. Sousa has also provided some rules for new provisions, which seem to me to be a bit more targeted to dwellings and residential development in the residential zones. So I'm really interested in hearing about how those rules will work and interact with the standards such as esplanade strips, overlays such as notable trees, as well as the different approaches suggested for differently established developments. So existing use rights versus land use consents. And just for our standards, the matters still in contention are to amend some of the minimum lot sizes in some of the zones. So that's rural lifestyle and medium density residential. I think we're going to have a discussion on our water supply standard, the network utility standard. So telecommunications is outstanding. I don't think we haven't heard from anyone about power or gas. Esplanade strips and reserves, and the use of development engineering standards. Click, and that is me.
Nicola, just when you said we haven't heard from anyone on the power and gas side, there's no submissions?
There's no evidence.
There's no evidence. Right. So
we
read your recommendations.
Yeah, we did have submissions on power from some of the surveyors.
We're not hearing from any of the surveyors or is it what?
So we've got Land Pro here, and might be it actually.
There has been a few submissions from
Pat Sol, sorry. So I don't know if he's coming. Is Pat coming?
But there have been, I did notice quite a few submissions from surveying firms. So apart from Land Pro, we're not getting any evidence.
Not from surveyors. We've got so Ms. Johnson's going to be coming, but she's not from a surveying firm.
And Lily's your planner.
Planner, so I'm speaking to planning issues rather than.
Yes, no, that's just interesting because obviously from a practitioner point of view, the surveyors are very donkey deep in these matters. So it's just a comment and interesting. Thank you. So look, in terms of this hearing, are you finished, Nicola, in terms of your presentation? This hearing, you're going to start with questions from Pat and then David. So, Commissioner Littlejohn, I'll hand it over to you for any exploring questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report, Nicola. Very thorough as we've come to expect. I don't want to dive into the detail too much. I just want to make sure I understand the way the rules are to work, because every district's got a slightly different way of dealing with this. So I want to make sure I understand how New Plymouth's done it. So I'm going to start with the big zone, the rural production zone, if I can. And I must say, I'm quite interested in this age of title provision, because it essentially fixed, as I understand it, the subdivision opportunities in the rural production zone as at, what was it, the 15th of March 1999, is that the date?
Almost 5 March.
5 March, 5 March. And so presumably, and I mean, it's quite an elegant solution, because as rural subdivision goes, it's depending on the aspirations of landowners, it can have major impacts on the productive use of rural land. And so this, to some extent, establishes I guess a cutoff point beyond which, unless you had a title that was this size, you don't get any more rights. And so that's the full intention here, isn't it? It's not to progressively allow more rural subdivision. It's to fix it at a point in time and say, thou shalt not pass from that point. Is that my understanding of the whole point of it?
Yes.
Okay. So if we look at the way the controlled activity rule works, and look, I'll be honest and say, it did take me a little while to work through all of the sub-paragraphs of it, but look, it's not an uncommon complication with these sorts of rules. But just looking at it from a big picture, am I right that I need, as a rural landowner, if I want to undertake a subdivision and cut off a 4,000 square metre site, I've got to have a minimum land area that was in a title as at that date that is 20.4 hectares?
You need to, yes, you do, because you need a balance leftover of 20 hectares.
So that's the smallest piece of land in the rural production zone that I can have to be able to create one additional site.
Yes.
Okay, 20.4. Now, the interplay then I'm interested in is with Eco R6. So if my title is 20.4 hectares and it has an area of SNA on it, do I then get the ability to create 2 4,000 square metre lots, and thus my balance area is 19.6 hectares, or do I need to have 20.8 hectares to start with?
Are you, I take it you'll be subdividing using both rules at the same time?
Yeah.
It's a brilliant question. So under Eco R6, you need a 4 hectare balance to undertake your subdivision of your SNA incentive lot.
Yep.
So you would meet the controlled activity status under that provision. So just let me get my head around this because it's complicated.
But presumably I wouldn't be able to comply with the balanced lot size in the R4 zone.
No, you wouldn't.
Okay, so I need to have at least 20.8 hectares if I'm going to use both of those rules at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
And you probably want, I guess you could undertake the R4 first and then your Eco R6 second, if you had 20.4 hectares.
Well, no, I couldn't really, could I? Because at the time I came back and did the R4, I'd be subdividing an RT that didn't exist as at March 1999, because I've just subdivided it and created a new RT.
But if you undertook the R4 subdivision first before Eco R6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be, so I could still do it as 2 different subdivisions. I'd use R4 first in the subdivision chapter, take off a 4,000 square metre site. I'm then left with a 20 hectare site, which has got an SNA on it. I then go and take off another 4,000 square metre site, and I comply with that rule because I've got a 4 hectare balance.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, that makes sense. If I wanted to do them both at the same time, simply because it was more convenient and efficient, would I then default to non-complying, or would I default to discretionary under the subdivision chapter?
I think you would go to non-complying.
Hmm.
I'd need to have a little think about that, but I think you would end up in a non-complying space, but with good reason to be able to do those two subdivisions together, I would suspect.
I mean, it seems a little bit inefficient if I can do two separate controlled activity subdivisions to get what I want, but if I did them at the same time, it becomes non-complying. It just, I mean, anyway, that's just an observation. It does seem to create an inefficiency there. Hey, my next question, Nicola, is, has council sort of got a sense of how many titles are actually eligible for controlled activity subdivision in the rural production zone? Does it have do you have a sense of the number of allotments of that size in RT records, you know, prior to 5 March 1999?
I believe that information is somewhere. I would need to get hold of it.
Oh, I'd be quite interested in getting a sense of that, because to some extent that is an indicator of, I guess, the theoretical yield for small lot subdivision in the rural production zone as a controlled activity. So I would be interested in that information if you could get it for me.
So that's the number of the remaining allotments in the rural production zone that could be subdivided as a controlled activity.
Yep. Yeah.
But under the proposed plan rules, Kit?
Yeah. Yeah. So those will be titles that are 20.4 hectares and greater that existed as at 5 March 1999.
Yeah. So I did a similar exercise for the future urban zones or something like that.
Yeah, okay. I'm just sort of quite interested in overall, you know, theoretical capacity output there. I mean, in a similar vein, has council done any thinking about how many bonus allotments the Eco R6 rule might yield?
Again, I believe so, but I would want to just confirm that with Rochelle Macbeth.
All right, no, that I'd appreciate that information, because that's quite important if we are really wanting. I mean, the big picture here from a strategic direction is not undermining the rural production objective of the zone, and it's always good to know what could creep up over time by way of controlled activity subdivision, and whether that's actually going to be an issue or not. So I'd appreciate that. Okay, well that helps me understand how those two work together. So turning to the rural lifestyle zone, when I look at the notified provisions for this rule, this is the sub rule R5. There's no mention of I guess a grandfather date. And that's what you've suggested in your recommended changes by putting in a precursor to the restricted discretionary rule that the land must be contained with a record of title that existed on insert date of proposed plan becoming operative. Where did that change in approach come from? Was that a specific submission that sought that?
I'm just going to open up the proposed plan rules, because I understand that you had to get to the non-complying activity status to get to that part of the rule, that you couldn't re-subdivide a lot, but I'm just going to open it up. So I brought that to the front of the rule rather than leaving.
Okay, that's maybe why I was scratching my head about it. So where would that be? That would be in the sorry, I'm just trying to load up the district plan.
Yeah. In the non-complying part of that rule on the online version, and it should be in my. It should be in the. Let's see. So clause 1.
Okay, I see. Yeah. So if you didn't meet the 5 RDIS standards, you became discretionary, and if you didn't, okay, so the non-complying rule is not operating as a default, it's operating as a completely separate rule that precludes certain subdivisions from happening. Okay.
What I did with that rule is I tried to unpick what it was trying to achieve.
Okay.
Can you split that, you look at appendix one.
So
One,
in
looking at
rule sub 5.
It's on page 15 and 16 of the appendix. Yeah. So you have actually converted the non-complying rule into a default rule, i.e. if you're not restricted discretionary or discretionary, then you become non-complying, and you've put the age of title provision in as a pre-qualifier for the discretion of the rule. Okay. Yeah, okay, I see what you've done. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. The rural lifestyle zone, tell me how much land, when you compare the zoning for rural lifestyle in the, well, I guess the first question is, what was the operative district plan's equivalent to the rural lifestyle zone?
The rural zone.
It was just, you didn't have one? No, okay. So the rural lifestyle zone then has essentially been applied to those areas that have been subject to a lot of small rural lot subdivision historically?
The areas chosen, reflected the land patterns I understand that they were looking to achieve with that zone rules that they've proposed. So there is potential for subdivision, but it's more of a reflection of what's on the ground.
All right. Do you have a rough sense of how much land was zoned rural lifestyle, effectively being taken out of the rural production zone by the proposed plan?
I don't, but I do have numbers on the number of allotments that could be created under these rules. So I don't know if I can transfer that into how much land there is overall, but I can certainly go back and find that out.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not so much interested in the amount of land. Again, it comes down to this capacity to some extent, but you're not promoting a controlled activity rule for additional subdivision within the rural lifestyle zone. I know some submitters have sought that. So, but what is your estimate then of what is the potential additional subdivision yield under Rule R5 in the rural lifestyle zone?
I need to pull it up. I do have those figures, but it's not a lot.
Okay. So the rural lifestyle zone was really you just trying to recognize the pattern of development in a zone that wasn't rural production, but nor was it urban. And so, and look, other councils have done exactly the same. So you end up creating a sort of a semi-urban, peri-urban, I think they call it, zone on the edge of cities where small lot subdivisions happen. It wasn't a conscious decision to upzone land to enable rural lifestyle. Is it merely a zone that reflects an existing pattern of development?
My understanding is yes. So sorry, I didn't write the chapter, but my understanding of that is yes. And my understanding is, so you just talked about a peri-urban type zone. This is not a low density residential zone. It is intended to be still a rural zone.
Yeah, and the minimum lot size is 4,000 square meters. And as I understand it, if you subdivide for every 4,000, you've got to have another hectare. Is that right? So you end up with a smaller site and a larger site.
Yeah, to retain that rural.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just ask one question in the middle?
Yeah.
Nicola, when you say it's not a low density residential zone, it's still a rural zone. That sort of area, it's not a production zone, is it?
No, a lifestyle zone.
It's a lifestyle zone.
Yeah.
And no one, well, I suppose people will always argue that there are some activities that you could make a livelihood from, but it's a lifestyle zone.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Kate.
Yeah, one of the biggest problems that has faced the similar sort of land use pattern around the edges of Auckland is that these sites of 4,000 square meters were created like sort of almost hobby farms in a way, where you could have a house, you had a really big garden, you maybe could graze a few lambs and have a horse or two. But what happened over time, and it's probably a consequence of being so close to urban Auckland, is that they really just became pure lifestyle, and the only activity that really occurred was ride-on lawn mowing. And then a lot of these landowners thought, well, I don't want to spend my weekends mowing the lawn. What's so bad if I just cut this section in half and let someone else live out here as well? And it has created a huge increase in density in what's now this countryside living zone. So I guess I am just quite conscious that these zones can become a little bit of a stalking horse for urban expansion. And I guess and it's probably something I'll spend a little bit more time when we get to the rural lifestyle zone chapter, just sort of talk about with the reporting officer about that.
Yeah.
But for now, if I've got a property that's got the zone, it needs to be about 1.4 hectares for me to be able to subdivide. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So 1.4 hectares to create 2 lots. Yeah. And one of them's got to be 4, and I've got to keep another one as a hectare. Okay. All right, I understand that. That's good. Thank you for that. The other stuff, I think I've got my head around the residential zones and this interesting issue of the consent around approved development. It's something I'm quite interested to talk to Mr. Souza about in due course. And I see you've made comments in opening that there is a lot of thinking that might have gone into others' evidence. So I don't really need to think about that at the moment. And just look back, I don't think. And then one topic which I think we're going to probably dig down into, but I won't do it now, is really trying to get some integration between the Esplanade Reserve and strip provisions. And I thought there was some very insightful evidence from Ms. Johnson about that, which no doubt we can tease out as the hearing goes. So that's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nicola, that was helpful.
Nicola, there's a couple of elements here, just work on obviously the kits raised, some information for us about numbers and maybe areas put together for us, maybe in the closing or verbal closing if you've got time to do that. And obviously just signalling that other issue about there's other issues where the other planning practitioners have suggested different approaches. So we'll listen all together on that and we'll talk about those at the end. David.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Nicola. 6 matters from me. First one is just revisiting the issue regarding the rural production zone and the eco rules that Commissioner Littlejohn raised. I think what he quite eloquently put to you is that there appears to be some element of inconsistency or lack of efficiency in having to go through non-complying activity to achieve what you could do through a sequenced series of controlled activities. And my question to you really is, what was the intention in formulating ECO 6 when it came to the rural production zone? Was there an intention to actually create a carve out and treat it as such, or was it the intention that both provisions of the rural production zone and the eco zone would sit side by side and you just assess them on their merits at the time of a combined application?
So just think about this a little bit. The rule that was written in the Eco R6 was it it was instead of the R4 rule, like it had all of the provision, all of the additional lots and balance requirements. So you could do that one or R4. And through this process, we wanted them both to stand alone and be able to be assessed on their own merits, noting that there's a lot of subdivision that's already happened and possibly exhausted under sub R4. So we still wanted people to be able to subdivide under Eco R6. So we did want to separate them out to let, and that's partly the reason why, so that if you've exhausted subdivision on your farm, you can still do this. So that was the thinking.
Yeah, it's clear that was the thinking. I'm just questioning whether the delivery is the most effective and efficient way of doing that. It's one thing to say, well, non-complying activity, if there's a good case, will be approved. But if the policy is, as you're suggesting, that a lower level of consent might be more appropriate.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I mean, I have come across similar situations in processing consents where you've got a prohibited rule, but you can still do it piecemeal as a controlled activity. So I understand the issue. I guess I just need to have a little bit of a think about it because I hadn't looked at it in that way.
Okay. And knowing the quantums, how much land's affected in both the ECO and the RPZ will be of interest actually to actually help inform that issue.
David, just a wee follow-up from me. I know talking in hearing 6, Beth, she told us that she was capable of dialogue with you on this interface. You've prepared this report for 5.
Yes, it was published before hearing 5.
So this new paragraph 52. So on the same topic. You mentioned that we were seeing some updates and that, but has anything changed in your mind since talking to Rara after that, that hearing and this relationship between these two?
I haven't spoken to Ms. Macbeth about where she's heading with her right of reply. So that's something that we still need to be working on, much like the water bodies issue as well.
Yes.
So it's a lot of where they are going to land is going to help inform this chapter as well. And I must admit, I've been working closer with the water bodies author that I have with Bra so far. So I do need to touch base with her.
Yes.
And see if anything has changed.
Yes. And look, I'd tell Toko the comments about the efficiency of an end game needing to go through 2 separate subdivision processes. You know, I had my own experience land and then have to do this. There's 2 steps, but they're both controlled. So just it gets really complicated, I know. But obviously you'll mull that over.
My understanding from the information requested regarding the control, what's left that can be subdivided as a controlled activity. So I mean, anecdotally, I've been told there's not much left that can be subdivided.
Okay.
So if there wasn't a lot that could be subdivided, I guess that issue sort of somewhat is less of an issue, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Dave.
No, that's good. It's interactive. Second topic is the lifestyle and rural production zones. I'm not involved in those hearings for various reasons. The answers to questions on about the rural production zone and how much land affected will be of interest to me. Is the rural production zone made up of class 1 and 2 soils, or is it much more complex than that?
I don't even think I could tell you the answer to that, sorry. We don't have that mapping available to us. I understand the question, but
Yeah.
coming from a Waikato background, I can find
rural
out. though.
Production zone is everything in the district, it's not.
It's the majority of the district.
So that's the way it's worked, it's a. So in identifying the rural production zone, and I got a topic from your answers to Mr. Lewis on that, it was really looking at land patterns and identifying where there'd been close subdivision in the past and putting circles, zone circles around those lands.
Also for rural lifestyle.
Oh, sorry,
Yes,
rural lifestyle,
yes,
sorry, yes. That was the process.
yes.
It's going to become an issue obviously later on, but if and when the MPS on highly productive land comes into play, but presumably you can't advise whether the rural lifestyle land involves class 1, 2 or 3 soils.
I can't off the top of my head, but I can certainly see if we hold that information somewhere.
Can I just confirm that that would be, I think, thinking ahead around future proof in particular that is wise.
Yeah.
Those classes of land, they go back to the old
land use
capability sheets and things. So I used to before when I was younger.
Excuse me,
Sarah,
I can give some context to that. We have looked at those soil classes, and we rely on that very old data from the 1970s. So we have mapped the district, we know where they are. It has come into our thinking. So some of the considerations that have come into the rural lifestyle zones, we've looked at those layers as well. And Nicola is correct. The primary driver that we've looked at for forming the rural lifestyle zones has been based on those land use patterns and what has happened historically over the life of the operative plan. But part of that as well has been landscape assessments, looking at connectivity, how close they are to the urban edges, and some soil considerations as well. What we've found with some of those rural lifestyle zones is that they can be in areas where the land is marginal in terms of hilling, or it can be there might be native vegetation, or it's not necessarily used for highly productive uses, so it's used for other types of rural activities. So all those types of layers form some of the reasonings to do with why the areas have been chosen for rural lifestyle. But in terms of the soils, we definitely will provide more information on where those use classes are in the rural production zone for you, if you like, or we can make that available now if you need it.
Yeah, well, that's incredibly useful background, because what I'm seeing here is a two-stage approach to subdivision of the rural land. The rural production land, which is the majority of the rural district, and then the carve-outs for the rural lifestyle. And I just wanted to understand how the rural lifestyle areas have been derived, because some councils are looking at a more nuanced approach, and I'm not saying that's better or worse, by providing peri-urban land, or providing easier subdivision controls in a rural zone that differentiates between class 1 and 2 soils and the remainder of the rural zone, and the difference being the area sizes and the activity status associated with not completing those different area sizes. So this is a more simpler two-step approach.
Yeah, that's right. It hasn't been using the soil, the use classes hasn't been the starting point. It's our starting point. It's been what's happened on the ground.
So the outlet for rural lifestyle in the proposed plan is twofold: the rural lifestyle zones, or the grandfather clauses of the rural production land would provide some opportunity for rural lifestyle under a fixed quantum, whatever that might be.
Thank you. It reminds me of section 3A of the Town and Country Planning Act 1977, and the own plan of the wise use and management of highly productive soils and avoidance of unnecessary subdivision and development, which drove planning for many years, and then that was turfed out, and then we're back 35 years later on the same same process, so that's sort of a history lesson.
I think the FPS, highly productive land, is just going to have a new cover on top of clause 3 of the former Tāmaki provision.
Yes, yes. So it's interesting how these things evolved and in terms of the way they used to be. So that's all.
Thank you. That was my second topic. The third topic is hazards, and the policy 3 talks, sub-policy 3 talks about managing significant risks. And says to begin with risks so that from natural hazards by restricting subdivision, and the 3 matters. How is that policy translated into rules?
We've got a rule in our hazards chapter, I understand. I need to check it, but I've checked it and I think it's there. To look at that. So our current plan also deals with hazards. It's got coastal hazard, flood hazard, and those have been carried over into this plan.
So the answer is that
I would need to, yeah, they're in the overlays.
They're in the overlays, so
primarily.
Okay. So there's quite a directive policy. It's not avoidance, but it's restricting subdivision. That creates or exacerbates natural hazards, coastal erosion, stability of land, flood-free, stable border. Well, I guess 2 of 3 are matters that are covered by subdivision standards. But are you saying that in terms of subclause 1 of P3, that's dealt with through the natural hazard overlays?
Hang on, I just need to open it up.
And the reason I asked this question is, just while you're looking in a format like following the Christchurch earthquake, I was tasked with another consultancy to look at why the Christchurch City Council had allowed development in areas subject to high lateral spread or high levels of liquefaction. And we went back and looked at the zoning patterns in the Christchurch plan, and there were no policies like this at all. Certainly no rules giving effect to those sort of policies. So the first ever mention of seismic risk was in 2000 at a development in Pegasus in North Canterbury. I'm very cognizant of when you see a policy that's quite restrictive, how it's actually delivered on the ground.
Yeah, so my understanding is it is going to be delivered primarily through our hazards chapter, but I wouldn't mind just taking some advice from that author to be able to give you a better answer.
What I'm wanting to understand is what the activity status is and what sort of information requirements and standards are proposed in that hazard chapter.
Okay.
And of course, we would have had the hazards chapter by now, but they're now going to be towards the end of the process.
Yes.
Yes. So that was information requirements as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
That would accompany a subdivision application.
Activity status and information requirements. Now, my next question, I'm going to call it the LDM, but it's a longer term than that, isn't it? It's the land development, LDSIS. It's the standard version 3, I think.
3 or 4, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Have you had a chance to read the legal submissions from Kaigora on these that just came in the last couple of days?
They came in yesterday. I had a quick look through them. I haven't read them in great detail, but I have got legal representation here tomorrow to be able to assist with any questions that we've got around.
Mr. Matheson raises a very simple argument that the LDM is not fit for purpose to be referred to as a standard in the district plan. because whilst it contains mandatory matters, it also contains matters of guidance and best practice. And when you're talking about, when a rule talks about compliance with and uses the word must be in accordance with, he simply says from a legal perspective that that the standard doesn't cut the mustard in terms of providing, I guess what the Newbury test talks about, a rule that's certain and gives certainty to the users. So from a facing though, that would indicate, I mean, his submissions are very short and to the point. He raises an issue, so I'll be interested in your response to that, and in particular your response to his alternatives to how reference to the LDM can still be maintained, if not deleted in its entirety. And so he's created a couple of scenarios. Mr. Campbell has also given some. I'm also involved in the Nelson and Tasman situations where they've grappled with this issue. Christchurch City have also grappled with this issue, and they've involved a pre-certification process for subdivision that involves certification from engineers in the council regarding compliance with their LDM. So that's something that I wonder whether you'd given some consideration to in terms of best practice around the country.
Does it, sorry, can I just ask a question about that? Does it happen before the application?
Yes, it does. It's an information requirement that has to be satisfied as part of the subdivision application.
Okay.
So, and the council set up to provide that pre-certification service, if you like. So,
okay.
So it's something we'll get into more detail tomorrow, I'm sure. But all I'm saying is that there seems to be a reasonable, exact legal argument as to why the LDM doesn't cover mustard in terms of being a standard. And the alternatives are to actually make specific reference to those mandatory parts of the standard, or not to include reference, just include it as a note, or to include it as a matter of discretion to be considered along the time of subdivision, and that would be for restricted discretionary activity and controlled activities, but not as the standard that where the activity status relies on compliance with that LDM. So I just want to give you some heads up. It's an issue that I really want to explore tomorrow, and I will be exploring with Graham Order tomorrow.
Thank you, David. So Lauren will be here tomorrow. So I think because it's sort of quite a key sort of legal issue, I'll be quite happy to have a big Val and Michael deliver the kind of order case to have some interface, if you and Lauren on that, just Zoom, where we can perhaps discuss that together. So we've been warned, but pre-alerted that certainly Commissioner will lead that discussion. So thank you.
I think the term is to be forewarned is to be forearmed. Okay, second last matter is consistency of language, and in the matters of discretion and in some of the policies, there's reference to Indigenous vegetation. There's also reference to habitats, and there's reference to Indigenous biodiversity, and they seem to be used indiscriminately. And some of these matters have arisen through changes that you've introduced. Some of them are a result of the chapter as notified. And all I'm indicating is that when it comes to those special features, I think there needs to be a consistency of language, and I'm not seeing it at the moment.
Yeah.
So, you know, there may be good reason to talk about Indigenous biodiversity and not Indigenous vegetation, but you also recommended in some cases the introduction of the word habitat. but not on all matters of discretion, or not all policies. So they need to talk to each other. So I'm not being critical, it's just an observation. So I wondered if you could have a think about that also.
Certainly something I picked up from my reread as well, and with the benefit of having hearing 5 behind us now too, I think that will help as well.
Okay. And the final matter is I just wondered, have you given any thought to the key strategic objectives that are actually informing this chapter?
Yes.
I think you sort of touch on it a little bit in your report. In section 4. And I just wasn't too sure whether it was just a future urban development or whether there were other strategic objectives that are signalled in the interim guidance that would help in this chapter.
I know that the only one I can remember clearly was the rural land, but certainly there were others there that we used for the language. And
I'm the person that likes to see the linear progression from strategic objectives to objectives policies. So if you could give some thought to that in your final right of reply, some sort of linkage diagram, that would be useful.
Well, one other way to think about it, is there anything in the guidance version that we've looked at that troubles you in terms of flow through? So those strategic directions really important, including the overall direction the plan is trying to achieve. And to see any feedback on how we've looked at them and come back with the guidance.
Yes, that's a more eloquent way of putting it. Yes. And that was all from me, Steve.
Yes. So
Stephen, sorry, me here again. I know I'm going to interrupt before you speak, but I'm just wondering whether there's another matter I just sort of come to mind I wanted to talk to Nicola about.
Go for it, Kath.
Okay. Hey, Nicola, I guess I'll start with the question. There's no bonus lot entitlement for protecting an SNA if you're in the rural lifestyle zone, is there?
No.
Okay. But if you were to conduct a subdivision in the rural lifestyle zone and the parent title had an SNA on it, do I presume that this is where Eco R5 would kick in? And so in the course of that subdivision, there would still have to be protection, albeit not a conservation covenant, of the significant natural feature.
I just want to check that I've just answered the first question correctly, to be honest, because I can't remember. We did have a other zones incentive rule that I don't know if it has been dropped or not. So I may have spoken.
I can't. I've got the schedule that we got, version 2 tabled at the hearing, and there does only seem to be the bonus lot rule Eco R6 applicable in the rural production zone. So I don't know whether when that. Oh no, you're right. Over the page, right at the end, it's got all other zones discretionary. Okay. Okay. So if I'm a rural lifestyle lot owner and I've got an SNA or a portion of SNA on it, I could still use which rule would I use? Sub R5 or Eco R6? I suppose it doesn't make any difference because they'd both be overall bundled as a discretionary activity, wouldn't it?
We've got the benefit of Elizabeth Beth here as well. So, Brad, did you have?
So sub R5 would be always used to manage the effects on the SNA of the subdivision.
Yep.
R6 would allow consideration on a case-by-case basis in all zones as a discretionary activity, and the policy P7 to indicate that different allotment sizes or additional allotments can be considered, and we had that discussion about the case-by-case assessment, and you'd consider how much is going to be legally protected, and on a case-by-case basis as to whether, but a discretionary activity under R6 could be applied for R6(3) for the rural lifestyle zone. And I did consider that in my report.
Yep.
And noted that the rural lifestyle zone, those landowners are through the rezoning being provided in addition, some additional subdivision to what they had before the plan was notified. And but Nicola and I had talked about drafting that. Thought that was it wouldn't be too difficult to draft an incentive block for the rural lifestyle zone if that was useful.
Okay, I'm just trying to work that out. So if I've got, because there's a maximum of 4 sites available in the rural lifestyle zone, isn't there, as a restricted discretionary activity?
There'd be 4,000 and 4 1 hectare. I'll just bring up that rule.
Oh, okay. So, oh, yeah, sorry, you're right. No more than 4 records of title less than 1 hectare are created. So theoretically, you could turn a site into 8 records of title as a restricted discretionary activity, but you'd have to have the unders and overs. If you wanted to add another one into that, you'd then default to discretionary, so you'd line up the discretionary status for an additional lot in the rural lifestyle zone, but that additional lot would be a bonus lot because you were protecting some Indigenous vegetation at the same time, and then you deal with the whole thing as a discretionary proposal.
When I was unpicking the rule, I thought too that there was a cap on 8 lots that could be created in this zone, but there isn't. If you've got, the number of 1 hectare lots is not limited. It's just the number of lots under 1 hectare that are limited. I don't know if there's any lots big enough to create that many lots, but
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. You're presumably, if you've applied it to a settlement pattern, which has already got down to lots that are averaging half a hectare, then you'd be surprised if there were sort of 10 hectare lots still in the rural lifestyle zone. But I guess you'll let us know that when you come back with the information. But I guess you've answered the question that I still could ask for a bonus lot for protecting. There's still an incentive to protect Indigenous biodiversity, even in the rural lifestyle zone. It's just a slightly more discretionary proposal.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you,
Yes.
ladies.
Got a couple of quick questions from me. Paragraph 82 of your report. This is we recommending the use of this in management around reverse sensitivity effects. This is the Transpower submission. Whereas Transpower sort of sought a management to ensure the national grid is not compromised and reverse sensitive effects are avoided, so much stronger. So are you comfortable with a management approach? And then how is that, what teeth does that have following through?
Sorry, I just need to get some context. Sub R3 rules or network utilities, isn't it? Oh, my future urban zone, sorry. Who's this submission? I'm sorry, I'm not, I'm
So you're talking about
struggling to catch up.
The Transpower submission.
Yeah.
And in paragraph 75 of your report is some suggested wording that requested by the things. I suppose to cut the chase, I'm always uncertain about the use of term management, which is seems very open and broad. I want to know the context from your point of view of how the management would actually cut in and be effective.
Yeah, okay. I understand that I took where I landed was from another, to be consistent with the other rules. So that was, had been written in the other rules and but hadn't been in that one, if I can recall correctly. So I brought it up into that rule as well. And I'm just trying to think in the context of the future urban zone. I need to have a little think about it.
Well, it's a Patsy question. I think planners around these use of these adjectives that doing things, doing the words. You know, management is quite often favoured as something that's, I don't know, to mitigate or
yeah.
So and I know the term is used through the plan in other areas, so it's just something that always troubles me a little. If you could think about that.
Yeah, well, I need.
You know, I'm home in quite a specific issue here, just around terminology. Words matter, as we've heard many times. But the other question I have is more of a process question. It's your paragraph 88. Where you're suggesting that in terms of the sub-regional zone request from some submitters, that we might consider relief for Mr. and Mrs. Hamlin if we decide sub-regional centre zone be accepted. The question is, will we make one set of recommendations that are we can't really sort of lead things in terms of staff advice on the ifs and buts, can we? Or what's your suggestion? I'm just trying to get the number what you're suggesting.
I'm just trying to understand the question. So I've deferred, I think, some of their submission points, haven't I? And are you asking if that's appropriate, given, is that the question?
So you say you don't consider that the submission with specific relevance to sub-01, sub-02.
Oh, it was a blanket submission.
Notwithstanding, should a sub-regional centre zone be developed, and it will also apply. This can be considered further in the plan integrated even should a regional centre zone be accepted. It's a process question because you're going to have to keep track of these interrelationships between the chapters and staff recommendations. And yeah, so you won't know as a staff whether we're going to be recommending for or against the sub-regional centre zone. And is that for us to keep track of all these ifs or buts,
Oh, okay, okay, I think I follow now. So I know that any deferrals are being kept track of.
Yes.
So that is in the
So you-
register for deferrals.
Do you think this is something for the register of deferrals?
I have added it to, it is in my appendix 3 to be deferred to another hearing, so it automatically ends up in that.
Okay, so we'll keep track of that.
Yeah, it does get kept track of, sorry.
Okay, so it's not quite clear that I was asking that. David, do you have anything?
Yeah, just one thing. I'm not trying to create further work for you, but I just want to get a feel for the entry level of subdivision in the different zones. Activity status entry level. And I wonder whether, and you write a reply, whether you could just give a simple table that shows what the entry level is. I mean, in one column, and in the second column, how that entry level changes as a result of the different overlays that you summarised in paragraph 14.
Okay, is that similar to what I did for the water bodies
Yeah.
examples?
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason I ask that is the next submitter is challenging the entry level of restricted discretionary activity in the rural lifestyle block, and saying that it's RD, that's restricted discretionary, and it's the only zone that really has that entry level at that. And it's saying that when you take into account the 12 associated matters of discretion, saying that's almost akin to a fully discretionary. Now that's for them to argue that, but they seem to make a good point when you consider the entry level for the other zones, which is controlled. And I'm not talking about the grandfathering clause, that's one side, but the residential, industrial, commercial zones all have a controlled activity entry level.
Yes.
And I think even the future urban development zone has a controlled activity entry level also.
Yes, I think two properties can be subdivided though.
But I guess in terms of an effectiveness and efficiency test, if I've had a look at the criteria for the rural lifestyle zone, and of the 12 criterion these are matters which discretion restricted, numbers 4 and 5, which relate to and historic or cultural values, are probably the only two reasons why you would want to decline the application, other than putting conditions on the application. And if those two matters in clause 4 and 5 are captured by a different activity status because of the overlays, that might be the solution. And if that's the case, then Judge Kirkpatrick would tell us that that is not the most effective and efficient way of landing the activity status. In the case that I referred to in a previous hearing, and I think has since been circulated. So it's a Forest and Bird case, I think.
Okay, I'll ask for that.
Julie circulated that too.
You know the name of the case and the number, Julie?
Sure. I managed to find the case eventually with no assistance from Commissioner Littlejohn on the matter. He denied all knowledge of it. But it was a case that Mr. Matheson had referred to in the first hearing. Hadn't provided it in the case bundle, subsequently to provide it on promptly.
Paragraph 59, if I recall.
Paragraph 59.
Is that the paragraph I need to look at?
Yeah.
Okay.
So seeing that table with the activity status, assuming compliance with standards for the different zones, and then the activity status that we brought in by the different overlays, in paragraph 14 would be useful.
I do need to come back to this deferral query because I'm still not quite there. I understand that the Hanlon submission, they are involved in potential sub-regional zones requested by Blue Haven, yes. And that I think there's some conferencing going on, I know there's some conferencing going on about that.
Yes.
And that we're probably going to have a separate hearing on that. Time industrial zone hearings that are coming up.
We still haven't laid that on, but it's looking likely that that would be the case. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe a memo is due to be lodged with you shortly about that.
So would a deferral of these associated matters be better deferred to that hearing rather than a planned integration hearing and a right at the end?
Yes.
Trying to sort of, we haven't made anything public or recommendations.
Is a hearing set down for that?
That's what I'm saying, we're just hearing from Sarah that we might be getting a memo, getting memorandum soon that might make that clearer or will make that clearer. So I think if that's the case, we want to hear any associated deferrals on previous chapters. So that
I think I had some for earthworks as well.
Yeah, earthworks as well.
Yeah.
You'll find that all the reports will have that same type of recommendation,
Yes.
because when we started the process, we're so early on, this was a logical place for them to go, but as we get further into it, it is apparent that it may be that that is the place for them to go. We've just got to work out from the process side how we can make that correction and where they will actually end up.
Yes, okay. We'll just work together on and look, in the fact that you've addressed our questions about discretion, control, and check those back and report on those. So thanks for doing that. It's another quite a useful process to go through on that. So it's good to see that. And the table of appendix 3 again is a great way of thank you for that. I don't have any questions further for you at the moment. We'll take a break for a cup of tea and return at 11:10 to hear from Mr. Twiggy and Mr. Matson. Thank you very much. Oh no, Mr. Raymond's first. So Mr. Raymond will hear you first, and then we'll move on to Mr. Matson and Mr. Twiggy. Thank you. Back, everybody. Mr. Raymond.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, Commissioners. Can you hear me clearly enough?
Yes, loud and clear, thank you.
That's great. So I really don't have much to say, and I don't want to take up too much of the time of the hearing, basically because whatever Nicola has written in her report, I'm in agreement with nearly all of that. The only thing I have raised is something which is a pretty minor change, and that is where we're looking at, it's for matters of discretion, which Nicola has recommended adding something about protection, enhancement of significant features, historic heritage, etc. In 4 of the rules, she's recommended taking out the words archaeological sites, and 2 of the rules are still in there. So in terms of consistency, I've just said let's take out that word archaeological sites, and it can be taken out because in the definition of historic heritage, that does include archaeological sites. So I don't think it's necessary to have that. That's the only change that I've suggested to the changes which Nicola has recommended in her report. So really, I don't have much else to say, but I'm very happy to field any questions if you have any.
Looking over towards Nicola, are we comfortable with that from a recommendations point of view? Yes. So I don't, yeah, so Commissioner Littlejohn, do you have any clarification questions? No. No. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Thank you for picking that up and certainly taking the time to put your evidence in and all that's good to know. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's interesting to listen to all the other aspects of the subdivision chapter as well, of course. So yeah, you'll see me again at subsequent hearings, no doubt.
Yes, we look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. What? Thank you, Mr. Matson. Welcome.
Koutou katoa, and thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for taking the time to give us today. I believe I will speak first and then Sitwebri will follow on.
Thank you.
By way of introduction, my name is Campbell Matson. I am the Managing Director of Morph Homes, trading as Location Homes Taranaki. I'm also the Director of Milestone Homes Taranaki, the Location Homes Group, which is a franchise company, and 7 other companies which are all directly involved in the construction industry through the building material supply, residential and commercial land development, and long-term residential and commercial investment. I am a proud Taranaki local, enjoying raising my 3 children with my wife Hannah and my hometown of New Plymouth, where we have lived since returning home in 2005 after studying property valuation, finance and construction at Mass University in Palmy. I was born and raised on lifestyle blocks ranging in size from 3 to 10 acres, and recently our family moved into the city after living for several years on a 1-acre property in Leperton. I have worked directly in the property development and construction space continuously for the last 16 years. Began my first construction business in 2006. I'm the immediate past president of the Taranaki Registered Master Builders Association, and I currently sit on the New Zealand Residential Master Builders Residential Working Group. Additionally, I serve as a board member for the Construction Health and Safety New Zealand, CHASINS, and I'm a founding member of the groundbreaking charitable trust Building Wellness Taranaki, an organisation established to change the culture of the construction industry to safeguard and improve the mental well-being of our construction workforce. My area of specialist skills is in identifying specific parcels of land and master planning developments to present the most optimal outcomes in both the economic sense, but also in terms of use, density, urban design, and good environmental outcomes. Location Homes is a specialist design build housing company, and our project types cover one-off bespoke dwellings to medium density and high density apartment projects. 80% of our projects are designed in-house by our architectural design team. Milestone Homes is a pre-designed housing company with a core focus on providing well-designed, affordable homes to investors and first home building clients. Recent developments completed or currently underway by my companies in the past 12 months include development of land and building on an 8-lot subdivision in Inglewood, design and construction of specialist early childcare centres in both rural and residential settings, a 12-lot high-density residential subdivision in Stratford, providing modern and secure homes for the elderly, 5-lot residential development in Merrylands, adjacent to a supermarket and residential zone, and a $7.5 million medium density apartment project in Strandon, which is a non-compliant project at its time. Besides our own development projects, our 2 building companies complete an additional 15 to 30 dwellings each year for private clients. I currently have various high-density, semi-rural and urban subdivision projects in train totaling 100 to 150 new dwellings. Through my work in both the development of land and buildings in New Plymouth and surrounds, I'm familiar with the operative district plan and the proposed district plan. I've also been an engaged participant of the MPDC Developers Forum established over the last couple of years. I'm passionately interested in seeing the smart, sustainable and well-considered development and growth of our region. As a region, we are suffering from a chronic shortage of quality residential and semi-rural land, to the point where I have many people on my waiting list waiting for opportunities to buy land. The creation of a new district plan should be a collaborative approach between planning, design, engineering experts and passionate knowledgeable local residents who have to live with the policy decisions made during this process. I believe this is what is occurring in this process and offer my congratulations to all involved for making it so. I applaud the MPDC and staff for introducing a rural lifestyle zone to the plan, which will provide a much needed rural living options for residents while protecting and providing a buffer between the rural productive and the more dense urban landscape. However, I would like to see provisions in the RLZ that provide more enabling rules and less uncertainty and risk for developers. It better meets the needs of the future landowners while also providing protections for a unique and special rural landscape. Let's move on to evidence. My evidence presented below is based on my original submission to the proposed district plan in relation to provision sub R5 rural lifestyle zone. With regards to the subdivision chapter of the MPDC proposed district plan, I support the creation of a rural lifestyle zone in the New Plymouth district. I do not support the proposed minimum lot size of 4,000 square metres for the overs and unders approach to subdivision of the RLZ. Instead, I suggest a blanket minimum lot size of 6,000 square metres. This is based on the concern that the rural lifestyle land will become uneconomic to develop in some cases, difficult to build on and unappealing to the market based on current market trends. I suggest a blanket minimum lot size in the RLZ to be allowable as a controlled activity under the zone rather than the restricted discretionary designation currently proposed. A rationale for this suggested amendment to the RLZ rules is based on the following concerns. The overs and unders approach will make many smaller RLZ properties uneconomic to develop. Under the proposed over and under rule, a smaller parent block of say 12 acres would represent a lot yield of 6 properties. When applying my proposed 6,000 minimum lot size, the yield would increase by over 30% to 8 lots. Due to the development cost of small subdivision carrying many of the same planning, legal, consultation and investigation costs, the reality is that in many cases the feasibility of the project will be dubious at best and would require lots to be sold at significant premiums to recover development costs distributed across less lots. Additionally, if subdivision of RLZ land was to be restricted discretionary, an even further layer of development risks will exist due to the uncertainty of affected parties' approvals, contested hearings, extended timeframes, etc. In addition, the required side and boundary restrictions proposed for the zone would make a 4,000 square metre lot very limited as to build platforms and will in many cases require a breach of setback rules to remain practical, thus triggering an affected party requirement for any building of any dwelling. For example, a 4,000 square metre lot being developed near a non-state highway road would require 30 metre setbacks from both road and side boundaries to any residential dwelling. Based on a 62 by 65 square metre lot, which is 4,030 square metres, an area of 1 metre by 5 metre would remain for which the dwelling could be built on. This is clearly impossible. A larger minimum lot size will address this issue for most cases. For example, a 6,000 metre lot size would result in the potential lot being, say, 80 by 75 square metres in dimension, allowing a building platform of 20 by 15 metres without encroaching on boundary setbacks. This translates to the construction of a home of up to 300 square metres in size with no encroachment. Move on to market forces. Over the past several years, the level of inquiry for large sections sufficient to accommodate lawns, orchards, a few chickens and dogs, has grown significantly. Between our and our real estate agents database, we have dozens of families waiting for opportunities to purchase lots of land between 1 and 2 acres in size. Many of these people, who include retired farmers, families, and people desiring to move from a higher density urban environment, have expressed common desires and themes that have developed. And themes that have developed include, but are not restricted to, enough space to run, kick a ball with the grandchildren and children, lower density housing with reasonable distance from neighbours, sufficient land to create both productive and ornamental plantings, gardens at scale, enough land to create food production areas to supply their own and other households, and permaculture activities, room for pets and minor domesticated animals such as chickens, and room for a hobby shed to be built on site. Equally, there are certain things that commonly come up as characteristics for which they wish to avoid. Having too much land that will require either significant and regular mowing and maintenance to keep grass under control, the need for sheep, cattle, or cattle to keep grass down, being tied to the land through size and animal welfare needs as to be unable to enjoy weekends or holidays, and having many of the responsibilities and obligations of a productive farm without the economic benefits to match. The sweet spot to avoid this outcome seems to be between 4,000 and 6,000 square metres in general. Point 3.3, smaller lot sizes. A smaller lot size doesn't automatically, the next part of my response is addressing the concerns for the blanket lot size. Smaller lot size doesn't automatically mean all sections will be the same size. As good urban design and master planning overseen by the consent process will take account of the landform and features to make best use of the parent lot. This inevitably will lead to a range of lot sizes where geography dictates, just as it does in a more dense urban development subdivision setting. Small allowable lot size doesn't mean landscape amenities need to be negatively impacted. Through collaborating early with iwi, hapu, councils, and urban and landscape design experts, each development completed in the RLZ has the opportunity to create good environmental outcomes. Applying best practice landscape design principles and conditions of consent, as well as protection of existing natural features and waterways, will further ensure that any increase in density resulting from my proposed blanket lot size will not result in poorer visual or physical outcomes on the landscape. Using the RLZ as a buffer between dense urban and open productive rural landscape, one of the key benefits that I see that the RLZ will provide from a visual amenity aspect is to provide a soft or less dense development buffer between two significant and contrasting density scenarios, and what is currently evidenced in the common hard rural urban boundary on many of our towns. Specifically, land that I have an interest in located on the current urban boundary of Okato will provide just such a buffer when zoned RLZ. As you approach the town from the north, you are greeted with a straight line of higher density housing hard against the current rural boundary, that should read. The land I have an interest in is currently proposed to become RLZ. Once developed into lots of approximately 6,000 square metres, this would change the visual approach to the town of one that phases from rural productive open landscape to semi-rural or peri-urban landscape single dwelling lots, which will largely screen the current housing it abuts. The density ratio difference between the current hard urban rural line when the RLZ is introduced will be 1.6 dwellings per hectare versus approximately 10 houses per hectare in the urban zone adjacent. This represents a reduced density factor of between 60 and 70%. In effect, the RLZ land, when developed, will provide a much softer visual transition between open rural and dense urban settings. Just touch on the reference to Mr. Twigley's expert evidence as well. As will be proposed by Cam Twigley and his expert evidence to this panel, I believe there is strong logic to downgrade the entry-level subdivision activity status from restricted discretionary to controlled. This will enable reasonable oversight and control by council to ensure planning intent is safeguarded, while giving landowners and developers certainty about what they can and can't do on their land. I'm concerned that under the PRO's RDIS approach, there is risk the entry-level RLZ subdivision and development will become bogged down in effective party negotiations hearings and expensive and unproductive consent processes. Alternatively, under a controlled activity process, both council, iwi, hapu and planning design experts will work together to create consent conditions that look out for the interests of all parties in a process that provides certainty to the developer. Additionally, Mr. Twigley's proposed wording in sub R5 of the RLZ rule in regards to a blanket 6,000 minimum lot size is sensible and will allow development to proceed in the proposed RL zones that improves the land supply situation in the New Plymouth district while still protecting the rural amenity as well as providing a feasible development scenario for developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matson. We'll start with Commissioner Littlejohn. Thank you.
Yeah, look, thank you for your evidence. It's, I mean, it is always a huge benefit to us to talk to people who have their sleeves rolled up in the middle of all of this. So I did have a couple of questions. I didn't have your written presentation, so I was sort of following along and making notes. So if I've missed something, then you'll correct me. Just looking at where you ended up talking about the property at Okato. I can see that now on the planning maps. So was it your evidence that that property has only just been proposed to come in as RLZ?
I believe that is correct. At some point in the past, I believe it was future urban, and I stand corrected, but it is now been brought back in as RLZ, yes, the proposed.
I'm actually going to get Julie to bring that property up because it's always good to look at examples. So let's do that now while you're on the train.
Yeah, well, and look, it's a little bit off topic because this is not a zoning hearing, but I am just interested in it. It doesn't seem to have a zone boundary that follows a cadastral boundary. Is that your understanding?
Correct. I believe it follows a natural water feature. It's part of a larger lot, I believe, currently.
So it's a split rural production, split rural lifestyle. Okay, well, that'll be fun, I'm sure, at some point. Okay. I
want to say 228 South Road, but if you just look up Gosling Street in Okato, you'll be able to grab it pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Teresa's?
Yes. So it's the parcel of land at the end of that street of Gosling Street. Yeah, the brown. Yeah, that's it. All land, yeah.
Okay, so I think I'll just one moment.
What's the area of the site that's been zoned rural lifestyle? So how much land is there available in that zoning?
There has been subdivision completed already on the land. I want to say that the balance of land is somewhere in around 12 acres, so 4.8 hectares, if my maths is right, between 4.8 and 5 hectares of land.
Okay.
In that range.
So that's quite a large area of rural lifestyle. I mean, you were here this morning when I was talking to Ms. Lawrenson about this zone being effectively an acknowledgement by council that there has been quite small rural development on the outskirts of some urban areas, and that the rural lifestyle zone was intended as a way of acknowledging that without actually providing that much more development potential. But your site here seems to have, on the basis of that land area, quite a reasonable development potential for new rural lifestyle lots. Is that how you see it?
Yes, under the proposed rules, I think I may have touched on it unless I skipped it, but the number of lots with the overs and unders mathematics would give you about 6. If we had a proposed minimum lot size of 6,000 square meters, you'd get 8 new dwellings on that parent title.
Currently zone rural.
I believe it's rural productive under the operative plan, yeah.
Yes. And could you tell us about the land, the type of land?
Sure.
Is it,
absolutely.
Yeah, is it sloping? Is it good soils? Is it? Just describe it.
Sure. So if you look at the main street running sort of diagonally through the left-hand side of the screen there, from that street to the east, which would be right on our screens, the land has a general slope towards the waterway of say 1 to 2% for gradient.
Okay.
The waterway obviously sits in the bottom of a shallow valley, and so the land highlighted brown, the RLZ land has a general slope in that direction.
Yeah.
Very, very gradual slope.
Okay.
And then the land beyond that across the waterway, see, that's quite nice. So the lighter green land obviously is the RLZ. The current farmer, it's surplus to their requirements in terms of productive land for their farm, and that's one of the reasons they're looking to be rid of it or divest it.
Okay.
Yeah. What else can I tell you? It's yeah, can. Yeah. Oh,
it faces north.
It faces north. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
We're talking about the natural amenity. Sorry. Sure. So the waterway adjacent provides really nice opportunity for developing land against that natural amenity for those properties. So it's a beautiful outlook. It looks everything is facing north to northeast, so really good from a light and views point of view. And the sea is in the distance to the northeast as well. Developing that land into a semi-rural scenario would give the owners and the inhabitants rural outlook for about 180 degrees as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely spot. It's a lovely spot. I know the area there, having gone around that corner many a time on my way surfing. So it's quite interesting to see it now back this many years later. There was no submission actually seeking a more intensive zone than rural lifestyle?
Not by me, although I probably missed an opportunity, but what I would say is that has been looked at by the current owner and rejected. And on balance, I would say I actually don't believe intense urban development of that land is actually the right use for it. I believe rural lifestyle zoning is appropriate. And if we refer to my point raised around a buffer between the hard urban and rural productive zone, I actually think from a visual amenity point of view, having a rural lifestyle zone for the benefit of travellers and surrounding landowners is a better visual outcome than just extending the urban boundary of high density right down to that creek. So,
it's no surprise that countryside living zones are often seen as a barrier to the expansion of urban areas, because once they've been developed down to that cadastral pattern, the prospect of that changing to go to a more intensive cadastral pattern is very, very low. So these countryside rural lifestyle zones on the edge of urban areas do very much create an edge to that and make it very difficult to expand them. So sorry, I just had my urban development capacity hat on there and thinking about whether anyone, given the wonderful attributes you described of the land, had thought it might be enjoyable by more than just 6 or potentially 8 landowners. But I think you've answered that question. Coming now back to probably some broader ones. As I understand it, what we've got for the rural lifestyle zone is we've got an area adjacent to Uranui. We've got quite a large area adjacent to Egmont Village. There's some in the top on the edge of New Plymouth City up around Frankley Park and Ferndale. We've got an expansion around Oakura, and then we've got the parcel we've been talking about at Okato. How well do you know the other rural lifestyle zoned areas in the district? Do you know them as well as the parcel you were just talking about in Okato?
Only in general terms, so I don't know them well enough to give any specific commentary, but just in general terms, I know where they're located.
All right. So, for example, you wouldn't be able to tell us, like you did for the Okato block, that the difference between the council's proposed rules and your proposed rule of 6,000 square meters, you wouldn't be able to give us an idea of what that might translate out to for all the other rural lifestyle zones?
Not case by case, no, but in a general sense, what I would say is that because each of those land parcels will have their own unique land formation and boundary restrictions and features, that they would all have versions of, in terms of lot size, versions of what I'm suggesting would work well. I genuinely believe that when applying good planning practice and accommodating waterways and other land features, you're going to have a range of lot sizes come out of every subdivision anyway.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. You don't think 6,000 square meters is problematic for the rural lifestyler? I mean, you did mention about, the difficulties of maintaining these sorts of lots at a hectare. Do you think 6,000 is going to be any easier to sort of manage?
It's a very good question, and I actually believe that it's 6,000 square meters would be on the maximums for the demographic that I'm experiencing interest in this land type. 6,000 would be at the upper end, even though we're talking a minimum lot size here. 1 acre would most likely be more suitable. However, that would require some significant changes to the boundary setback rules, because it's just unfeasible to apply those overlays, those restricted overlays in a 1 acre block. Every lot would be contended when it came to building. So I suppose when we put the interplay of a building consent process in with a subdivision process, we may create 1 acre blocks, and then the homeowner comes to build and they've got 5 square meters in the middle of a 1 acre block for which they can permit it. So that would be addressed. In a perfect, sorry.
When you say the 4,000 square meter, I mean, that's what we're talking about. 4,000 is an acre, isn't it? As far as I slightly.
Yep.
Yeah. So that seems to be the default sort of small lot carve out within the rural zone. Are you saying that it's quite a difficult zone once you take into account all of the sort of the rural setbacks to actually achieve a reasonable level of amenity on?
Yeah, I think there's two important distinctions here. Let's just address the residents for a minute. They're living there. A 1 acre block is actually optimum. It's big enough to have decent trees, landscape nicely, relatively low maintenance, a decent amount of lawn that doesn't take all of Sunday to mow, veggie gardens, a little bit of permaculture, some chickens, and a place to kick a ball. That 1 acre, and I can speak from my own experience being a person who developed and lived on a 1 acre block, it's actually really nice. But unless the boundary setback rules change, the RLZ zone will be very problematic to build on without significant affected party triggers happening every time someone builds on a 4,000 square meter lot. So I suppose what I'm saying, if I were to back my truck up a little bit, a 1 acre minimum lot size would work with corresponding changes to the setback rules. Otherwise, we're going to get into a lot of discretionary issues or affected party issues.
Okay, so that is helpful. I'm not sure whether we've got requests to change all of these setbacks. So that's something I guess we'll have to think about. But I think the answer you've just said is that if you do want to, then you're going to default under the current rules from a restricted discretionary to discretionary, because you're not going to comply with those. So you sort of go up another sort of consent layer, don't you?
Yes.
Okay.
4 square meter lot area would work really well, and if we had appropriate setbacks to go alongside that to make things feasible under a controlled activity, it would work. Otherwise, we would have issues come execution of developments.
So you're saying 6,000 then becomes a good compromise and is usable and is easy to achieve. Okay.
But it's certainly on the upper end of what I would call, from a maintenance and lifestyle point of view, it's starting to, the hectare is even more burdensome size.
Yeah, well, that's certainly my experience this far north. Hectares invariably just end up getting cut in half in due course. I think they've bought into at the countryside living zones up here. I think it's a minimum of 8,000 square metres now. You still can't go smaller than that, and I think you can only go 8,000 square metres if you are using a transferable title right from the rural production zone. So yeah, it's very again a very different suite of provisions. So okay, I've got no more questions. Thank you for that. That was very helpful, Mr. Manson.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Matson. Some of my questions might be better answered by Mr. Quigley, so just feel free to defer if that's the case. Just going back to the zoning, I'm a little bit confused. Is there a submission requesting that the land be rezoned to future urban zone, or is it proposed to be rezoned to future urban zone in the notified plan?
Well, good question. Historically, there was a provision for it to become future urban zone, I believe, but I think that predates the current proposed plan, which proposes for rural lifestyle. Am I correct? I think
Mr. Twigley, I'll ask a more direct question. What's the zoning of this piece of land in the proposed plan as notified?
Rural lifestyle.
Rural lifestyle. Thank you. Okay. So it's not a recommendation as a result of submission. It's right up front.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, I might have missed a point here. I'm looking at the changes to the rules as proposed by the officer, and at the moment, or as notified, it allowed for four titles to be created less than 1 hectare, provided every allotment had a minimum lot size of 4,000. And there was a balance area of 1 hectare created. So proposal from the officer is to delete the minimum lot size of 4,000.
No, it's not. No, it goes into the standards, David.
Can I just speak to that?
Well, hang on. If I've got it wrong, I need to hear that from the officer.
So yes, where I've been able to remove the minimum lot size from the rule I have, because we also have a minimum lot size standard, which is sub S1. So the minimum lot size of 4,000 is being
Okay. What page is that on? This one. Page 19. Yes, one. Yes. Okay, so you simply transfer the minimum lot size from the from sub 5 through to
this one,
yes,
2.
this one.
And I've done that across the
Okay.
board, removing it from the rule.
Okay. And where the standard is not complied with, it becomes fully discretionary. Is that right?
Where a standard isn't.
Yeah, yes. A fixed standard. Okay. Thanks, Kit. I misread that. Yeah, because I was going to ask you, the minimum lot size is 4,000 and you want to go larger. What's the problem? If you want to have 6,000, that's not going to preclude that occurring, is it? That's your choice.
No, it's not. You're correct. The issue is around practicalities when you overlay the setbacks. It just becomes we're setting up ourselves for a problem when it comes to the building side.
But can't you control that? I mean, you can presumably you can have a range of lot sizes that so long as they don't go below 4,000.
Yes. However, one of the issues from the economic side that we experience is if a land is zoned a certain way with theoretical possibility of use, the person selling the land just assume that at a simplistic level it's worth X dollars, and that's where we start to run into the issue of, if in theory you can split this into 8 lots, and that's where the market value is. A developer who's got good intent to develop 8 lots comes along, and actually it's not worth what the landowner is asking, because we can't, without contesting or getting significant affected parties involved, we can't actually build a house on that because of these setback rules. So the setback rules being amended to allow for sensible development of a house on a 1 acre block. In my opinion, I would say the minimum blanket lot size would be 4,000 square metres.
Yes.
But if the setback rules were to remain as is, 6,000 is the next size where you can get a feasible building platform without triggering affected party issues. So I suppose we're talking about two things here in a way.
Yes. I understand that. I'm not convinced that this is not outside your own control. And I'm not convinced that changing the 4,000 to 6,000 in its own right would solve the problem. Can I put it to you, though, that the real problem is the requirement to have a 1 hectare balance allotment? Isn't that the real problem?
I feel that you're absolutely right.
Yes. Okay. And that's really going to affect the density and yield.
100%.
Yes. Regardless of whether it's 4,005 or 6,000.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Secondly, are there any, and Mr. Twigley might answer, are there any natural feature overlays over this land, Mr. Twigley? Obviously, this Eastern Arc provisions.
Julie flicks that layer, planning layer back on, you might be able to tell. Is that a significant water body, or I can't quite make it out?
Unnamed.
Should be.
There's no heritage, historic heritage features, there's no SNAs.
No recorded
No.
bugs that I'm aware of.
None of the overlays, no hazard, that feature, no natural hazards, no notable trees.
Yeah, they would show up on this.
There may be some habitat for indigenous fauna.
Yeah.
Which is another topic.
Yes.
The creek is a recently planted riparian area now in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm interested in your comments about risk associated with discretionary or restricted discretionary activity status versus controlled activity status. Is that a risk of process or outcome to you? Is it the
effectively process will dictate outcome in many cases. In my experience, I'll put it like this, where the parties involved in the process are known and their level of, and also their interests and intentions are known, and they're coming at it from the point of view of experts. Where there's a problem, there's usually a solution by sitting down and working it out. When activities are opened up to third parties who have divergent interests of their own, I've had significant projects fall over or become marginal at best because of third parties' interest. Where if it was left to engagement with iwi and council and specialist consultants, a great solution is always available. I'm talking in the order of, to give you some true comparison in terms of in a financial sense, a recent project which would have brought 5 affordable homes to an area that was adjacent to a supermarket and schools and so forth. One contested party who was considered an affected party cost $250,000 to that process, and we were successful in the process. It should never have got to that point, but it just did. Equally, I've had situations where in the order of $10,000 to $15,000 per property in a subdivision have been added because affected parties who lived down the street, who didn't even drive past the property on a daily basis, brought in and had a say. They offered no productive or suggested alternatives, but yet they caused significant delay, complexity and risk. So that's my point.
I understand as a practitioner what you're talking about. I guess some of the questions go back to the purpose of the rural lifestyle zone, not not involved in those hearings, I don't think. No. So I was interested what you said earlier about the purpose of the zone, and that it's not necessarily to provide for rural lifestyles, to retain a rural component also. So I'm just getting some conflicting messages here because, you know, the yield is effectively one allotment per every 1.4 or 1.6 hectares, isn't it? If you take into account the balanced allotment factors, if you're using Little John's earlier analogy with
If you had a one parent lot of that size, yes.
Yes. So it's not really dividing the total area by 4,000 or 6,000, is it? So now, if the purpose of the rural lifestyle zone is to provide for rural activities and lifestyle, then that might be appropriate. But if it's to provide solely for rural lifestyle, then raises questions about the efficacy of that rural. There's no question there other than to just to understand when you write a reply what the function of the rural lifestyle is, what the objectives and outcomes being sought are, and whether these subdivision rules actually give effect to that. That's the test.
And we've got the author for the rural lifestyle zone here today, so that's really useful.
Hello.
To hear those.
I'm just writing that all down.
I do have I have found the information about the lot yield under the current proposed rule in blanket of 6,000 square metre lots, if you're interested in hearing that now.
Give us, might as well on the topic. Yep.
So each 4,000 square metre lot has an associated 1 hectare lot. That's a total of 181 new allotments. In Oakata, that's 6. I've got the breakdown for each area. And for 6,000 blanket is 194, so an additional 13 lots across that whole zone.
Yes, and additional 2 or 3 lots at a cargo, is that what?
In their own, yes.
Yes.
It says here 1, but I mean,
I think it said 8 lots.
I believe so, yeah.
Is that those additional 1 to 2 lots, is that the difference from a business sense of making a subdivision like this viable or not?
It can be, but again, it is determined by the unique factors of the property. For example, its purchase price, its development cost, because of topography and geological issues, the shape of it, all those things. So yes, it can be. In my experience, there's a kind of baseline amount of effort, cost and time goes into any subdivision. Just about say from a 4-lot subdivision to a 10-lot subdivision, the amount of upfront time, effort and cost is similar. So that's where my point is coming from, that in a case where you could have a slightly higher yield, it does make a difference. Unfortunately, development margins aren't what they used to be, I can tell you that. So, you know, by having a higher yield, it allows the developer to invest more in good consultation, good engagement, and still get a margin that is worth the risk they are taking.
Yeah, no, presumably the development costs being spread across a higher number of allotments.
That's right.
As a part of the systems.
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was interested in the comment before that, Nicola, that these were established areas beside towns. We've got one that's not established, but is beside a town. Is this exception?
I expect so. I would. I just want to double check that, but yes, I believe it is an exception. So certainly the ones around New Plymouth are much more dense. I'm just going to bring up that little step that I had just to talk about the areas. So we've got Atkinson Road, definitely a reflection of that Egmont Village. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it is a lifestyle little village. Franklin Road would be a reflection of the land use patterns. Saxton Road, yes. Beale Road, yes. And Uranui, I would just want to check on that one. And Wakura is a reflection of the land use pattern. Just not sure about Uranui. Need to check that right.
Mr. Maxim, you made a comment that this land is unnecessary for the local farm or not needed or not suitable. What's the
I'm not sure if it's not suitable. The farm owner, the current landowner owns the farm to the east and also across the road. They are dairy farmers. That land that they use there, I've been advised, is typically used just for running young stock on, and from time to time they bring their larger animals on. The farm owner told me that the way they're farming now, which I believe is running less stock, it's surplus to their requirements ultimately.
But it's not unproductive land. If you ran animals on that,
you could absolutely. No, I can't say it's unproductive in that sense. No.
So this is an area of land that is productive rural land that's beside a town that's not reflecting the current land use patterns. It's an opportunity for lifestyle living.
Yes. Yes.
And if we agree with that in terms of the zoning, making its utility as efficient as possible, is that the guts of your submission?
Absolutely.
From both a developer point of view and a lifestyle livability perspective?
Yes, it is. If you refer back to Commissioner McMahon's mention of the 4,000 square metre, if our end goal here is to provide an increased supply of housing, which is much needed, as we know, then let's do it. Let's do it and do it well.
And I was also interested in the controlled activity consent. So say, look, this is a good place to have rural lifestyle. Let's do it really well. And let's enable the sweet spot size and as many families as possible to live here. Your proposition that a controlled activity status where you had matters that were reserved for detailed discussion and design with expert and iwi help, that certainly will make sense to me, but it comes back to how and when iwi are allowed to be involved or are encouraged to be involved, particularly around sort of waterways and that whole thing. So I think you're spot on with the concept, but Nicola, is that how it would work?
Sorry, how would it?
How controlled activity consent or this would work, that there would be matters that would be worked through under a controlled activity matters.
So if the current rule,
I'm asking hypothetically.
if the rule was a controlled activity
Yes.
rule, we would have matters of control
Yes.
in that provision, and we'd also have the overlay role rules that may change that activity
Yes.
status.
Yes. That's not my question was, how does it work in terms of participants at the table in designing that subdivision? Mr. Matson said experts, council team and iwi are best to be involved. How will it work that iwi will be involved practically?
In this particular example, we've got a water body there. I'm not sure that that would be a statutory acknowledgement, because I don't think we have those for Taranaki iwi, but there would be that would trigger potentially, I'm not sure where we were going to land with the water bodies, that would bring them in. I don't think that if it was a purely controlled activity, I don't know that there would be an opportunity for iwi to participate without those other mechanisms.
Yes. So I'm just thinking about the controlled activity position is normally just council and landowner developer. Okay, well that's just but certainly successful developers these days generate those relationships and to really. So I think that's a good, but there would have to be a voluntary under the current system, a voluntary process for volunteering.
And the particular iwi in that area do have a iwi management plan, and there is, I understand that does set out a procedure for consultation and certainly encourages it, but it others voluntary housing.
But I was just interested in your comments that working with known parties with known values is easier than people with perhaps other interests which you're uncertain of. Do you think that your experience with working with iwi is that they'll come with an intent that you get and you understand what's trying to be achieved?
I would say that I'm currently working 4 iwi or 5 iwi in Hapu. I don't think it's possible to generalise about the intent or approach of one iwi or Hapu or another. My experiences have all been different. But my experience has been that when you engage with iwi early, before you've even created a plan, and explain the general theme and concept of what you're looking to achieve and say, help us to do this well. So engage on commercial terms and also cultural terms. The outcomes are generally only good. The prerequisite for success there is that iwi are willing to engage with us at that point. And if that happens, we're good to go. And problems can be identified early and mitigated and designed into the solution. And for me as a developer, that's risk management. I want iwi involved on day zero.
So you agree that on the other side, the developer has to also be willing to engage?
Absolutely. It's the new world we live in, and we need to be getting up to speed on this. Yeah.
Right. I have a question about, again, this example. Were there any further submissions on this request? Seeking, you probably outlined it, Nicola, the detail.
I provided further submission.
Okay, so there's no, like the neighbours along there aren't?
No one, to my knowledge.
Okay, so there's been an opportunity. All right, no, that's helpful. I think it's the other one I had. So look, let's move to Mr. Twigley. I know the good questions and thanks for your full and frank answers. They're appreciated. Mr. Twigley.
Thank you, commissioners. I thought I heard earlier about the comments about Plan Change 27 in 2012. I thought it was worthwhile just starting with that process because they introduced some changes to the rural zone or rural environment area rules, and it was a response to wanting more control over sort of lifestyle subdivision that was happening in that general rural zone. And I recall the council putting out a discussion paper at the time, and one of the options that they were looking at was introducing a rural lifestyle zone to sort of help address that issue. So making things tougher in the general rural zone, but allowing some opportunities for that rural lifestyle development. You know, acknowledging that there was a desire for people to live rurally on a small block. So that's never happened until now. This, you know, the development of this rural lifestyle zone is a plan change. So I think that's, you know, just a bit of background that this has been on the table for quite some time. And so, in my opinion, I welcome the introduction of that zone. Just looking at where those zones are proposed, they are very much peri-urban, and they are described, if you look at the plan and the overview for the rural lifestyle zone, it says the rural lifestyle zone is generally located on the fringe of urban settlements and is peri-urban in nature. Peri meaning, to me, periphery to urban areas. So I think they've been designed as a transition zone, you know, as well as recognising some of the pattern subdivision that's occurred. This is an example where that's not the case, this particular one. So it's recognising that, the pattern of development, but it's also recognising that these areas are on the fringe, which makes good sense to me, because it does create that transition between what Mr. Matson was saying, you know, that urban area and that sort of hard edge that develops when you've got rural production zoned land over the fence. So I think it's quite a key planning tool in terms of how you develop your settlements and you transition from urban to rural.
In this case, the boundary of using a natural feature rather than a cadastral boundary might reinforce that point.
Yeah, this land definitely does that. As you drive into the town, that land, you know, you see it quite clearly, and it slopes down from the urban edge down to that natural feature. And when you see it, you think, oh yeah, that just makes perfect sense for this particular piece of land. I did hear Mrs. Edwards talking about the land that has been identified for rural lifestyle as not necessarily being productive, yeah, that definitely applies to some of the land that's been identified, not necessarily this block. Yeah, so I mean, in my view, if you're going to create a rural lifestyle zone, go to the effort of that, then why wouldn't you facilitate rural lifestyle development in that zone? You know, if that's the outcome, if that's the purpose of the zone and the outcome, why wouldn't you have enabling rules that would help to achieve those outcomes? It just seems, to me, the way the rules are drafted at the moment just seems counter to that. And I did point out, and I think it was paragraph 18 of my evidence, it's the only zone that doesn't have a controlled activity subdivision rule, which just seems odd to me. Even the rural production zone has a controlled activity subdivision rule. And then when you couple that entry level subdivision being a restricted discretionary activity with those 12 matters of discretion, to me that it's akin to a discretionary activity. So your entry level subdivision is quite difficult in that zone. And as Mr. Matson said, when he's looking at opportunities, that's something that he's looking at very closely in terms of risk. What parties am I going to have to deal with? What certainty do I have of an outcome? These are all the things that go into facilitating the outcome of the zone is for the subdivision and development to happen, but the rules are sort of standing in the way of that for someone coming in from a perspective of like Mr. Matson. So what I've done is I've just proposed a rework of the rules, having an entry level subdivision as a controlled activity, offsetting that somewhat by bumping up that minimum lot size to 6,000, to provide, I guess, bigger lots that will protect some of this rural character issues that are sort of in the provisions at the moment. And then if you can't meet that controlled activity status, instead of going to restricted discretionary, you go straight to discretionary with a standard that requires a minimum of 4,000 square metres. And then if you can't meet that, then you default to non-compliant. So it's setting up quite a simple rule framework that's easily understood by people who are trying to work with the plan. With the minimum lot size 4,000 and for the discretionary activity, 4,000 is still significantly bigger than a residential lot. So it is created, even though it's It's lower than 6,000. It's still significantly more than a 500 square metre to sort of 800 square metre lot that you'd see next door on the residential zone land. So it is still creating that transition before you get into your rural production zone.
Thank you, Ken. Your evidence is quite concise and clear, so I think we'll just go straight to some questions.
Yeah, okay.
Kit, have you got questions for Cam?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mr. Twigley. Yeah, I've read your evidence, and a lot of the notes I put in the margin there about things I wanted to know, I've actually prodded Ms. Lawrenson to give us in terms of how much land we've got, what it is, what its background was. So you can at least take pride in the fact that your evidence prompted me to ask a whole lot of questions about this zone. So thank you for that. You've heard, did you hear Ms. Lawrenson's answer to the question about what's the capacity or the yield differential between the current scenario of 0.4 to 1 for each subdivision versus a standard 0.6? Did you hear that? I think I heard her say under the current proposal, there's the yield of 181 new lots, whereas under your client's proposal of 6,000 square metre standard, it's 194. So it only sort of ends up with a yield of another 13. Does that come as a surprise to you?
Yeah, it does a wee bit, to be honest. I'd be interested to know how that exercise has been done, because it's obviously been done very quickly, unless you already had the stats.
I already had it.
You already had it, okay. Yeah. No, it does surprise me, but I think maybe that reflects the fact that some of those areas are already quite easily subdivided and developed.
Yeah, I mean, it's notoriously difficult to work out what you can yield from these areas, because you're looking at, sometimes centuries of different subdivisions in relation to topography, but that's good. A couple of questions then. I think to some extent, as Commissioner McMahon points out, the subdivision rules are really right down the bottom of the ladder here, and I think the starting point is what are we trying to achieve with this zone? And there are a couple of things here. If you look at the rural zone objectives, the only real clue there about the lot size relationship to character is the use of this phrase low density. So there's no real hint there that there's a particular attribute of amenity that exists due to a variation in lot sizes. For example, it's just this notion of low density. So really no assistance there in terms of the subdivision provisions. When we get into the subdivision provisions, though, we go squarely to sub P11, which is very much the policy that's intended to provide guidance for the rural lifestyle zone. And I guess my first question is, given how specific the policy is, I mean, its first phrase is allow up to 4 small allotments only where there are corresponding larger lots. Presumably, if we were attracted to your client's proposal, as you've recommended to us, we'd have to panel beat that policy a little bit, wouldn't we?
Yes, and I have identified that in my evidence that there would need to be some consequential amendments.
Okay, but they're not amendments that were specifically sought by policy. So your evidence to us would be that it would be a consequential amendment following on from accepting your client's relief.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a lot of consequential amendments to be made to the policy, but that was one policy that, as you identified, is quite prescriptive and would need to be amended.
The interesting thing about the policy, I mean, I've sort of looked right back down at the subdivision and said, well, the issue that Mr. Matson's identified is that you've got this rule which requires you to partner a small lot with a slightly bigger lot. And presumably that's got to have a rationale that is somehow described in the policy because it achieves something. And I guess looking at the policy, all it says is manage the scale, design, and intensity. And I guess I just want your view on whether that policy, in your view, does that policy provide a rationale for this? You've got to have a small brother with a big brother in terms of a subdivision outcome?
I think it could do so more clearly. So my take on the overs and unders is that it's trying to provide I guess a mix of lot sizes and retain some open space in that rural lifestyle zone. That's yeah, but I did go back to the section 32 report, I think it was, to try and identify what the justification for that was, and I struggled. But that's what I'd anticipated is trying to achieve.
I guess to some extent, that sort of rule framework does have an impact on intensity to some extent, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, although from what Ms. Lawrenson tells us, its impact by contrast to a standard 6,000 square metre is across the whole zone, potentially only 13 lots. So it doesn't actually have a significant impact on intensity, which is the number of allotments that could go in the zone. So I guess it comes down to, as you said, the mix somehow preserving a greater level of open space somehow. But would you agree that the consequence in terms of that open space is more a factor of the site development controls, yards, setbacks, and building coverage and the like?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So the split, the small lot, big lot construct is potentially unnecessary to achieve that sort of mix of open space to built form. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree, and I'd also say that, you know, when you are looking at it and talking about an additional 13 lots, you know, over the whole district, you'd be better off having a rule that's more easily understood and interpreted, because the overs unders does take a bit of getting your head around. So yeah, I think that's another factor to consider.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Twigley. Thank you, Stephen. I didn't have any more questions.
Thank you, David.
I think, yeah, I've just got a couple. Mr. Twigley, when you talk about overs unders, you're talking about the minimum standard and the balance allotment. Is that what?
Yeah, the four small ones versus the, you know, the corresponding larger. Yeah.
Okay. And I guess, like you, I was a little bit surprised with the quantum of the yield that was identified. I'd be really keen to see the math on that, and I wonder whether it's the 4 allotments that creates the reduction in yield significantly, as opposed to the 1 hectare balance, and because that's an upper limit, isn't it? It's not clear to me what the 4 allotments apply to in the policy, at least. Is it per parcel of land? Is it per zone? Manage scale and design intensity of subdivision in the rural lifestyle zone by allowing up to 4 small allotments. Yeah, I don't know over what metric that's applied to. But that clause 1 of sub P11 is largely mirrored by the rule. Yeah, and so if the rule went, then the policy is redundant.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a consequential change there, yes, even though your relief doesn't, in the submission didn't seek that.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. I think that was all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Just an observation on being based in Hawke's Bay, familiar with the Hastings District Plan, and they have a real zealous about protecting the plains production land for high value uses. There's a big aquifer sitting under that. So I know it's around Taranaki, particularly with climate change and changing weather, and land use programmed to change, isn't it? There's crops programmed to grow here that perhaps we thought about 50 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, particularly in North Taranaki, where there's a bit of a microclimate. You've had a livestock lot there, so you would know. And yeah, there's quite a few landowners are looking at, re-establishing avocados and all sorts of different crops, kiwi fruit, which wouldn't have been on the radar, 10 years ago, sort of thing.
And knowing what you know about Taranaki, there'd be lots of places available for those higher production uses in the general rural zone.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some large, allotments available for that sort of thing, subdivision opportunities.
And that's got a 20 hectare.
We've
got 12 on the plains. But the purpose is retain something that you could make could go at for those sorts of things. So on the plains land, if you do get the ability to subdivide out a lifestyle lot, sometimes you can do that in the size of a minimum 5,000, maximum 1,000 rule. Which I've had quite a lot of experience about personally. I know the relationship between the size and then the setbacks. Yeah, the 15 metre setback from houses around. So I definitely understand the relationship between the yards and the size. And there is definitely a sweet spot. So and I think that will be alluded to the fact that there's perhaps some more thought to be done about what the relationship between setbacks and sizes and all the platforms. So I think your submission is really focused us in on what we as practitioners and our own life experiences sort of signal. So as a planning sort of ethic, if you want to call it that, I think if you're designing a zone to achieve certain things, you want to be able to achieve those without having to go through a potentially notified process. And the opportunity to sort of look at the wider amenity or wider interests come in the zoning planning phase, not a consenting phase where you might be able to reserve a right to come in and say, well, actually, we don't want to be quite here. So I think I support the general proposition, and this is your proposition too, I think, Cam, that if you're zoning something, let's zone it and then just get on with it with the minimum of fuss, while maintaining good amenity design through control activity standards or controls.
Absolutely, I guess that's the key outcome of planning in general, isn't it?
All right, Paul, I'll ask you one more question of following on from my question of Campbell about the EV interactions. You've changed the status in your suggestions from RDOS to control, but you've largely kept the matters of discretion. And I'll just note there are matters 4 and 5 which relate to protection of matters of historic heritage sites near the Maori, and some division has potential to compromise cultural, spiritual and historic values and associations, including land, water sites, Waitatu. So if they stay in there as matters to work through, do you think that not necessarily, you could ignore them and just not deal with them, but you'd need to bring them to the table if there were matters that were clearly of interest to iwi, wouldn't you, as a practitioner putting an application forward as control activity status?
Yeah,
That would drive the.
I think so. Yeah, it's a clear direction to an applicant that these are the things that you need to consider. And on the other side, processing planner is going to be looking carefully at those issues too. I guess the nub is that, or the controlled activity, you have to grant it, obviously. So that's where it becomes a bit different from a matter of discretion. But it still provides a mechanism to look at those issues.
But if iwi players had the opportunity to look at these areas in this process, in light of this, there's an opportunity to say, well, we don't like a particular area zoned that way because of some really special features. But then if under your rule, we're not getting, if the zoning gets crossed the line and it does go to control, if that's our preference and decision making, there's a strong signal there still for developers and practitioners and council staff to turn their minds to those matters.
Yeah, exactly. And also the point that was raised about there being overlay rules, within the plan to identify, sites of significance, and those still come into play, in terms of a subdivision where you would also be looking at permitted building platforms and setbacks from water bodies or other sensitive features as well.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that? Because I want to put a different proposition to you. My proposition is that clauses 4 and 5 are redundant and should possibly be deleted, given that if they are captured, they will be captured in one of the 11 overlays that Ms. Lawrenson has referred to.
Yep.
So in an efficiency and effectiveness point of view, why is there a need for clauses 4 and 5? And I was going to ask Ms. Lawrenson to confirm in her right of reply that it's only the water bodies overlay that would apply to this site. And if that's the case, and you say the water bodies checklist contains provisions for subdivision of land containing or adjoining water bodies, what are those provisions? What's the activity status? I mean, so if it was to go to control, would that change the activity status for the subdivision to restricted discretionary or discretionary?
Under the notify provisions, it would.
Yes. So would that achieve what clause 4 and 5 would do in a more direct manner? That's the sort of debate I'm interested in.
And would there be scope to take those out?
Yeah, that's the ultimate question. Yes.
Sorry, is it? And we have got submissions to remove some of those clauses for that reason.
Specifically clauses 4 and 5?
I'm not sure specifically clauses 4 and 5, but the concept you're talking about having the more directive rules in the overlay chapters, making the ones in the subdivision chapter redundant.
It's not about addressing those issues, it's about how they're addressed.
Yep.
And at the moment, they're addressed through a matter of discretion or a matter of control, but they could be dealt with through an overlay, which actually would elevate the activity status.
Thank you. No further orders? No? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Matson, Mr. Quigley, for your assistance. And we'll hear from us in due course. Are you involved in any other sections of the plan? Or?
No, I was too busy to prepare submissions at the time.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
Yes.
All the best.
Great. Thank you. Right, we're moving to Mr. Anderson and Mr. McCarrison for the telecommunications.
All right, good morning. Yeah, interesting morning for you. So our issue is pretty succinct we think. So my evidence on behalf of the telcos is just set out a bit of the reasons as to why telecommunications connections are important as part of subdivisions. And our issue primarily is with the wording of Standard 7, basically, which potentially is going to lead to an outcome of one being quite difficult to administer for council planners, but also users or other users of the plan in terms of determining which lots are within 200 metres of a existing telecommunications line, particularly given that the copper network, which would go outside rural properties at the moment, is being turned off during the life of this plan. And then secondly, if new subdivisions don't end up with telecommunication connections, the issue then becomes that for the industry to resolve, because we'll get complaints from new lot owners wanting to connect up, and the developers walked away, and no one's really thought about how a lot's actually going to get a connection primarily. And so that's where we've kind of got to. The industry's clearly complicated around who the network operators are. In this area, you've got ultra-fast fibre, providing the fibre to the urban areas, and then the mobile companies being the three key ones, providing coverage through the mobile networks, but also we need to also have capacity, as I've shown on the plans. You might have coverage technically to get telecommunications coverage via wireless and mobile services, but those sites may well be at capacity to not be able to provide a service to that. So for us to sign up new contracts and guarantee service to a party. So I'm going to hand it over to Tom just to take you through the technical matters, and then we can come back and talk about any questions. It's probably the easiest way at the moment.
It would help me to bring up your plans and
Yep.
for us to just get our geography going, and you can tell us with the reference to the plans, the key issues you wanted to us to leave us with. Julie's bringing those up now so we can see them. Just
okay.
Hi ho for a moment.
Yep.
Okay, the first one's Appendix 1. Let's take us through this. Julie's going to share it now.
Brilliant. So this plan is showing where there is wireless, so mobile coverage within the district. And principally, it's showing that there's if you look at the plans, the blue and light blue areas show where there is planned and current wireless coverage, and that's provided through Spark, Vodafone, 2 Degrees, and the Rural Connectivity Group, which the three companies own, but is in partnership with Crown Infrastructure Partners to deliver the rural broadband project, which is principally focused on providing rural connectivity across New Zealand, but there's lots of holes in that coverage, in fixing up some of the black spots on our state highways. But again, that's not going to be perfect coverage, as most people driving around bits. If you're driving through to Auckland from Taranaki, not that Aucklanders can really do that at the moment, but there are black spots just because of the topography. And so maps kind of show reasonably that there will be coverage, but when you actually come to subdivide, you might well find that this plan, which sometimes councils rely on to go, oh yeah, there's coverage here, but when you actually go out onto the property, you'll potentially find that there is actually no coverage on the property or the building site. So that's what the point that we're making out of this plan. Yep.
Can I ask two questions? The first is if I have a Vodafone phone and someone else has a Spark phone, is the coverage always the same?
No. No, it's going to be different.
So how does this plan demonstrate? That doesn't demonstrate that, does it?
No, so this plan is primarily that it's generically showing that there's mobile coverage by one or more than one of the providers.
Okay.
The plan can be given a little, and when you look at it on the website, Crown Infrastructure's website, and it is updated daily to weekly. It will show whether it's a Vodafone 2 degrees coverage or Spark coverage.
Okay, so you can actually you can follow that over the website if you're interested.
Yes, you can. Yep.
Okay. And the other thing about the key, you've got 6 colours here, but this is only given with 2 colours. So are those other layers shown somewhere else?
On the other plans.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we're moving to the second plan, the red one.
Yeah. So on this one, I just clicked on the fibre and potential fibre. So it's just showing where the fibre rollout through the ultrafast 1 and 2 projects, which are coming up for completion later this year. And in this area, ultrafast is providing the service rather than Chorus, although Chorus does have a lot of fibre network, as does Spark and Vodafone. And so fibre is being rolled out to the urban and rural settlements primarily, and that's what this plan shows.
So I'm not sure whether it's just my fuzzy plan and hard copy, but I can't really distinguish between the pink fibre one and the pink plan fibre one.
Primarily they're the same because, yeah, they're just around the little rural settlements and New Plymouth itself.
Okay.
You'd need to, when you zoom in on it, it will show which are which, basically. So if you go down to Akato, it's pink. So it's in the process of having fibre delivered to within the existing urban areas.
For your evidence, you're saying we can't actually tell on the plan which is which because the colours are just about exactly the same. Is that your answer?
Principally, yeah, you'd need to go onto the Crown Infrastructure website and then just click on the pink part of the key to highlight that. But within the New Plymouth district, there's only 2 places. I think Okata is probably one of the last places within the district to be getting fibre. I might be wrong on that, but yeah, that's it. And the rest of the urban areas have got fibre or are in the process of being under construction. But this shows the extent of it, so it's only within the existing urban boundaries.
All right, and that's it. There's no other plan in the future. That's
not well. The government is always under pressure to expand these programs, and as part of the infrastructure build funding coming out of COVID, and to support urban development, yeah, these could well be expanded. So where you get urban growth being planned outside the existing urban areas like Vinnie Plymouth, then developers would be expected to pay for the fibre or telecommunications, whichever means are picked. Yeah.
Thank you. And in the last plan, just summarise that for us.
So it was just taking the upper area. So it's principally going right up to the boundary along basically the state highway. And there's lots of areas, primarily just because of the topography in this area that don't have coverage, although there's very little going on other than rural production principally. That's all.
Yep, thank you for those answers. And before you go, I'll ask Commissioner Littlejohn if he's got any questions.
Yeah, look, I'm just interested in the implications of the recommended change that you're seeking to the plan from I guess, a cost perspective for a subdividing landowner. And I mean, utilities are in a sort of a very bejeweled state to some extent because we all need them, and requiring them to be reticulated to the door is obviously the gold standard, as opposed to letting the market make a call on whether they be extended or not. But I'm just interested in if I'm a landowner in one of these areas at the moment where there's not an obligation to connect, who bears the cost of bringing the network to my front boundary? Because ultimately that's going to be reflected in the sale price of the land, isn't it? Someone's going to have to pay for it. Yeah.
Yep. So currently, no, well, depending if it's in an urban area, then the developer's paying for it. It's less certain in terms of the rural. So no, quite often, again, it's the developer, but often it's also us that's actually already paying for it because you can show that there's existing service, so it's already there. But if the developer came to us and said, actually, we want to provide service, we're prepared to pay for it, then we'd recover the cost. But if the subdivision gets approved, which isn't uncommon, then we'll get complaints at some point, and then we will put it into our build program. So the lot will remain unserviced, or farm will remain unserviced until it becomes economic. And that's the key driver that Rural Broadband Project came out of, is that a lot of the rural areas were uneconomic. To build a cell tower for one party isn't good economics for a private company. So,
in the does the network operator give any recognition in a cost sense to the developer who potentially brings the fibre another couple of 100 meters down the road? Does the network provider say, well, actually, by them doing that, then that opens up other areas that will be much easier to connect, and so potentially they're going to assist us to extend our network just beyond this one customer? Do you factor that in at all?
That's going to be on a case-by-case discussion with that developer and the potential within that location. So those conversations being commercial are possible, basically. It's same for a cell tower, because we can't control where the radio waves will go. And so the coverage that is in capacity that is built by a new cell tower isn't just going to benefit the one landowner. So yes, that would quite often come into account when we're factoring that in. So yes.
Getting a standard which requires the developer to do it, though, sort of changes the negotiation to some extent, doesn't it? Because they need you to get their subdivision approved, or else they've got to go to the council and go through a discretionary proposal in which they say, look, I'm trying to have a negotiation with party X about extending the coverage, but they're not prepared to acknowledge that I'm going to actually increase their coverage, and so I'm not going to connect. And then the council ends up between these two parties over what is essentially a commercial negotiation in which one of them has been given the imprimatur, of, so to speak, of a standard which says you have to have me.
Yep.
Don't you think this is the district plan interfering in the market?
This is a normal rule across New Zealand, principally, a requirement to provide connection. And it hasn't popped up primarily because a lot of subdivisions just get signed off without actually talking to telcos because of plans that I've just shown you that kind of indicate that there should be coverage, but there may not be, or fibre connections. And the alternative is that we actually say there's not the ability to service this, and the future landowners could be warned by a consent notice on that title to say, hey, this site doesn't have telecommunication services. And it might be at the moment, and when there is stuff available, then, which could be at our cost when we build new sites, then that notice could come off. And so we're not opposed to that. It just gives then developers that ability to choose whether they want to or not to want to. So, and brings us into a conversation that doesn't lead to purchasers thinking they should have cell phone coverage, but they actually can't get it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh no, thank you. That's been
I'll beware. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah. Okay. No, thank you, Mr. McHarrison. That was helpful.
Good morning. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. McHarrison. Just a couple from me. What's the telco's expectation, either under the current rule or, sorry, current standard, sub S7, or under its revision as proposed by Mr. Anderson, where that standard is not met? Would the telcos expect to be identified as an affected party, and or would they lodge a submission to the subdivision? What's I mean, you've said that this is a standard rule throughout the country. What's the standard practice where the rule's not met?
To be fair, we're just never really asked, principally. Within an urban area, the fibre company is generally asked because people are wanting fibre to their property, or they developers take a screenshot of the coverage plans, put that in, and the councils go, oh yeah, there's service there, so that should be all right. And generally that will be okay. It's just more of a risk in a rural area, which is often where we get our complaints. But even in urban areas, if you live in parts of Wellington, Auckland and that, the topography makes it quite difficult to guarantee coverage, but also capacity, because each site has a limited amount of capacity to provide service. That because if we're sign our contract, we're actually got a fair trading risk around guaranteeing to our customers that there's service available.
Okay.
So if there wasn't service there, our preference would be to have had a conversation and just been quite clear to that developer. We'll give you a letter to say what is available or could be available, and leave it at that. So it's not, we're not in the business or set up to generally go, yep, we want to oppose this, we want to oppose that, or we can agree to that. It's one of conversations.
And so the telcos see the standard as a precursor to those conversations. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yep. And quite, to be fair, the telcos and councils were just not had good processes around getting confirmation of what services are available, like for water or electricity, which is that forgotten service, basically, until people want it.
Is it more, I'm just looking at the rule alterations proposed by Mr. Anderson, and we'll get onto that in a moment, but is it more of an issue for the rural subdivisions as opposed to the urban ones?
Yes. Yeah, yes, it is. Yeah. Because principally this rule could, as written, could easily mean that a rural subdivider doesn't have to provide anything or think about telecommunications, or just assume, basically.
Unless there's
a line within 200 metres, yeah.
Or more than 15 lots in the subdivision.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sub is 7, clause 2.
Clause 2. You're looking at clause 1, but you haven't sought any alteration to clause 2.
We did through the submission, and it was been accepted, and so we haven't sought anything further through this process.
Sorry, I'm interposing on Mr. Anderson now, so I'll leave it
at. And the reason for the 15 lots was that it made it more economic for a larger developer to then provide potentially a cell tower if they were going for wireless, because fibre was just too far away. So provide some sort of options there.
Mr. McCarrison, thank you for your assistance. It's always great for us to have someone who's really experienced in this field, working with plans from a technical perspective is a challenge, and we appreciate your evidence. Thank you.
It's all right.
Now to Mr. Anderson.
Well, so obviously we're at the nub of the issue that is in my evidence being sub S7.1 and the changes sought to that. We've explored some of those through Mr. McCarrison's evidence and questions there. So the basic requested relief is to remove the 200 metres of any boundary proposition in the standard and require all new allotments to have a ability to connect to telecommunications. So as you would have seen in my evidence in the urban areas, that those changes will align with what I think that the proposed district plan is trying to achieve, and as well as the direction given by the National Policy Statement on Urban Development in terms of well-functioning urban environments and the identification of telecommunications as additional infrastructure. And I spent a bit of time thinking about how it should work, or if it should work for rural, and ended up settling on, I think it's better that the requirement is there for telecommunication services to be achieved at a boundary, as opposed to not having that, not requiring it, which ends up with what Mr. McCarrison was saying earlier around it's better to be able to opt in and have a consent notice telling the market that no, this hasn't got telecommunication services, rather than retrospectively trying to resolve an issue which could have been dealt with at the time of subdivision. So that's the basic premise of the evidence, and happy for questions.
Yeah, just a couple, because I think you are right. We're right at the nub of the issue. The redrafting you've proposed also, and I don't know whether it's deliberate or whether it's just the way that everything's sort of fallen as you've shifted around the various phrases, it would also require all new rural allotments to make provision for gas distribution pipes at their boundary as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, and I'm happy for that to be changed. It's not my area of expertise or well, it is my area of expertise, I guess, but not representing any gas companies. And this is
Well,
primarily-
but even so, I mean, if the theory behind this proposition is that modern day services should be reticulated to every property boundary, then I mean, is gas in the same realm as telecommunications? Some would probably say not, I imagine, but
yeah, I think gas is a choice as opposed to a requirement, whereas power, other forms of power and telecommunications are different, and that they are a necessity, whereas gas can be replaced by electricity for the functions it serves.
I'm sure the gas distributors might quarrel with you about that, but nonetheless, that is an issue I was going to bring up with Ms. Lawrence in due course about a requirement for the gas network to be extended to every property that subdivides. Okay, there was that issue. What occurs from a subdivision rule resource consent point of view if it's simply not possible to reticulate telecommunications to the boundary of a lot? So I'm not able to comply with sub S7. Does that what does that do to my subdivision consent application?
In most instances, it's either controlled or restricted discretionary, so it becomes an additional matter of, well, to consideration that you haven't under the discretion, or the matters of control that you haven't met the standard, and it gives you an outline, an opportunity to outline your reason why you've chosen not to meet the standard, or why it's not functionally or operationally possible to meet the standard. So it doesn't increase the consent requirement or the need for a resource consent. It just adds another layer of matter to address within the resource consent application.
So just looking at the sub rule R4, if it can't comply with, if the only thing that my controlled activity subdivision can't do is provide telecommunications from the boundary, it automatically would go from controlled to discretionary, wouldn't it?
Right. Yes.
Well, actually, no, it would be worse than that, wouldn't it? Because the discretionary rule still requires to comply with the effects standards, and I wouldn't do that. So then I become non-complying because I'm not reticulating fibre to the boundary.
So you're talking about point 0.5, and it's not fibre to the boundary. Just to clarify that point, it's the ability for telecommunications at a boundary. So it might be fibre or aerial, wireless means.
Okay, but either way, if it's simply not available, I've effectively default to non-complying, don't I?
Yeah, I'm just reading rule 4 now, so I think you're correct there. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, the intention of the rule is that you wouldn't go to non-complying for sub R4 if you didn't comply with the standard. So you would always, and this is the issue I had with writing it with the cascading activity statuses, is that I didn't want that to go to non-complying. So if you've got in the discretionary column, item 5, if you can comply with the rule for lot sizes and area, but you can't comply with the standard, you still stay discretionary.
I'm looking at 3E as well in terms of trying to figure out how that elevation occurs and how.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Certainly be preferable if it stayed as discretionary, even restricted.
Yeah, I see what you've done there, Nicola. Yeah, in your sub 5 there. So you've only meant the non-complying trigger if you breach the key propositions around lot size and the like. Okay. So you'd still need a discretionary consent if you were going to make provision for a new rural allotment, but there wasn't any telecommunication available. Okay. I guess then the issue is how many people are likely to ever be in that situation in Taranaki, given the maps that we've seen from Mr. McHarrison And I guess you'd need to overlay that with the subdivision potential and see how many poor rural landowners might be in a situation of doing that anyway. So, yeah. Okay, no, well, I understand that now. And thank you for clarifying that it's not fibre to the boundary, it's a telecommunications services, yeah, services including telecom must be available at the boundary. Okay, so that addresses one of the issues I had. But yeah, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, I guess I'm just trying to find some higher order reference for this alteration to the provision in sub 7, and you identify the MPSUD, and then paragraph 18 you've said that, well, in terms of the rural and open space and recreation zones, it's not really applicable, and so you've gone on to consider whether or not those zones require telecommunications. There's no doubt that properties in those zones will require telecommunications, but does it derive support from the MPSUD though?
Also from within the proposed district plan itself, in terms of sub 03 and sub P4, they don't specify any difference in terms of the integration between land use and infrastructure between urban and rural areas. And likewise, the strategic objectives, UFD 13 and 19 of the proposed district plan as well, I think, establish that framework for land use integration with infrastructure without being zone specific.
Okay. And is that, was there any alteration to those strategic objectives in the interim guidance that would change that view?
I don't think so, no.
Given what Mr. Carrison said about having a conversation, particularly in the rural zone, why wouldn't sub clause 2 suffice in terms of the 15 allotment by rule?
The lots, any subdivision lower than 15 allotment wouldn't trigger that clause, is my reading of it. So you've got, yeah, a threshold there which is not always going to be met.
Okay. Yes. Mm. 15 allotments was part of the notified rule, wasn't it?
That's right.
Can we just find all these, like we're talking about, Mr. Anderson, because we've only got one of that very specific standard in your evidence, not context, on then the flip between your evidence and then appendix 1 of the officer's evidence. So what this information between clause 1 and clause 2, can we just point me to the page so I can
Page 22 of appendix 1.
Page, sorry, tell me again.
22 of appendix 1 to the section 42A report.
Okay. All right, so I've kind of got there. So back to you, David. Just orientate myself. Apologies.
Okay. Well, just on that, I mean, was it sub P4 that you're referring to in terms of providing the policy guidance, Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
That's on page 3.
Okay, very good.
So require infrastructure to be provided in an integrated and comprehensive manner.
Yes.
And that's regardless of the size of the subdivision.
That's right. There's no limiting or threshold matters in that policy.
Thank you.
just to get my head around this, Tom. So given Commissioner Littlejohn's scenario that you might flip to discretionary because if you can't provide telecommunications to the boundary of a new lot, in the remote rural areas, where there is no mobile communication, you're going to have to bring wires into there, copper, is that right?
No, not necessarily. It's about what Mr. McCarrison was discussing earlier around ensuring any future occupier or owner of that lot through the consent notice that may be registered on their title is aware that there's no telecommunications, rather than trying to retrofit it in at a later stage. So it's creating that awareness. It's almost a reverse sensitivity type matter that it is the asset or the network utility companies which bear the complaints from when new lots are purchased that are don't have the connectivity and can't get the connectivity for an economic reason.
Okay, I understand that. So your amendment on your page 6 would mean that all new allotments and all zones would need to have telecommunications available at the boundary of each new lot. Yes. And if you're not mobile covered, that would need to be copper or fibre.
Fibre, yes.
And if you're in you're remote and you're subdividing off a SMA block, and there's a residual lot, or I'm just trying to sort of look at the what ifs.
Yeah.
You say, look, we can't do that. You just go to discretionary and have to make an application. Is that the way it would work in your mind?
That is right. So you would, in my mind, if I was acting for the person wanting to undertake that sort of a subdivision, I'd be looking at why it's inappropriate to provide or what the need for telecommunications is in that lot anyway, to say, look, it's not necessary here. Obviously, there's a directive or potentially a requirement rather to consult with the telecommunications providers who could agree, and in my mind, that settles the matter.
Where's the directive? Sorry, no.
Sorry.
Just I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
So where's the obligation to consult that's in with telecommunications company in that instance?
Yeah, as I was saying that, I was realising that there isn't one. That it would hope to prompt a conversation is probably the better wording for me to have used. If you're not proposing telecommunications at the boundary and you want to get confirmation from a telecommunications provider that's okay for the subdivision.
Okay. Following on, if that's the case and it's not there, can't practically be provided, or doesn't want to be provided, we go to discretionary. Would the and there's a discretionary activity application lodged, would the telecommunications companies have an interest in submitting and requiring it, or would they just not care?
I don't think that they would care, but Mr. McCarrison might be better placed to answer that.
Mr. McCarrison?
Yeah. Yeah, so as I said earlier, we are potentially, what we are most interested in is being clear to future customers whether there is or is not service, not using this process to require the building, like in a far out rural area, a potentially very expensive connection to a location. What is potentially happening is a solution via satellites currently, and we have the benefit of Starnet, so Elon Musk's pollution of our universe, basically, with a whole lot of satellites. is providing connectivity to potentially some very remote locations where it is not possible to provide a cell tower. And that service has just started to come online in New Zealand, and there's a British satellite company, also another billionaire, launching an international network of satellites, as well as maybe some of the other existing New Zealand telecommunication companies been involved in that space as well. So the ability to provide or get connection is becoming increasingly simpler so that this isn't actually a barrier. And sometimes it's just going to be a matter of time. And if a potential subdivider or purchaser knows that within the next couple of years, then it's potentially going to be an option just to carry on. But we are not in the business of stopping the development of land just because of no telecommunications. We just want our customers to know whether there is currently service or no service.
But the implication of that desire would mean at the end of a long skinny road, no power, the subdivider is going to have to either negotiate with both power and telecommunications to have fibre, where you move to a discretionary activity consent. So that's the cascade. So just to get my last question on this one is: are there a number of providers that person could go to bring the telecommunications in, or is it a monopoly in particular areas?
So within New Plymouth, there it's obviously the main telecommunication providers. So in this, for mobile and fibre, then Spark, 2 Degrees, Vodafone. As I said, there's satellite service coming online at the moment, and that's Starlink, as well as, and then in terms of fibre, ultra-fast fibre provides that service across the country, but also most of the power companies, and Powerco being the biggest provider in Taranaki, when they're laying or putting lines up on existing poles, they will often put fibre in some cases. That's mainly in the urban areas, and then we will use that to provide service to an existing provider, so through our retail services. So there is a diversity of providers, plus there's also some small providers that work locally in some rural areas. And so it's going to depend on sort of which area. So most people, developers, don't find it difficult to get service.
So can you give me, is your evidence that every single rural landowner that's subdivided in New Plymouth would have a choice of providers to provide telecommunication services to?
Potentially. We can't.
I'll just stop you there. I asked you a yes/no question.
So if you're asking me that, can I guarantee service by all of those providers? I can't. But what I am saying.
I'll stop you there, please. I've asked you a direct question in evidence. I've said, does every rural property owner in New Plymouth district have the opportunity to have more than one provider quote for telecommunication services? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
Potentially.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. It's complicated, and so there isn't a simple yes or no on this, because the coverage changes all the time as we build new sites. So what's in place today could be different in a month's time. So that's the reason for the answer that I have provided for. I've outlined the providers that provide service that a developer could go to, or customers.
I had personal experiences of monopoly power companies requiring, and only one provider available, providing unrealistic quotations, which in other parties and clients I know, and they've had to sort of go to diesel generation and diesel motors because it's much more efficient, because the monopoly power price, including standby charges, is just so outrageous on a monopoly basis. We are concerned about putting in rules in a plan that requires sort of commercial directions. So we'd have to be clearly satisfied on that aspect. Tom, I don't know whether you can help me any further with that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can provide my kind of understanding of the fibre network is open, and that the Commerce Commission requires that that to be open, and it's used by all the telecommunication providers. There's the three mobile providers Mr. McCarrison's talked about, as well as other telecommunication type companies that use that network, and also with Rural Connectivity Group, which is providing the service to those areas where the big three telecommunication wireless companies find it uneconomic, is also an open network where it'll have 2 degrees, Vodafone, Spark service, and there is no barrier for what they call a WISP, a wireless internet service provider, to be able to come in and use the same portion of the network.
Yeah. So as Tom has indicated, telecommunications is not like the electricity network. We do not have allocated areas. There is significant competition, as the Commerce Commission report certifies every year, and there's no barriers to new players coming in and providing specific services. And as I said, a recent arrival is StarNet, which is providing satellite services directly to properties. So it's a very open service within telecommunications, hence New Zealand having some of the lowest telecommunication service prices for services anywhere in the world, plus also some of the best speed levels of service around the world as well. So yeah, very different to electricity. So I kind of accept that there's lots of competition.
All right, but I think your answer is that there's still possibilities that there's no alternatives for these people, perhaps apart from one provider, and that's based on their market price. And it's one of these unintended consequences of these sorts of rules we've got to sort of go down to, and that's why the 32AA analysis is really important. And I note at the bottom of your page 6, Tom, you're talking about small costs. I don't know what StarNet is going to cost, but you know, that's perhaps some more information about that might be useful if just to satisfy us that we're not encumbering the direction of the district plan substantial costs in a non-market way. That's really the number for us, I think.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to provide that. I think that the best example I can give off the top of my head is what was Farmside, which was provided for rural areas, I think via satellite or repeater stations, which I understand was part of the Vital or Team Talk business and radio communication business in New Zealand, that their market share has dwindled as RCG or Rural Connectivity Group have come and provided the three large telecommunication company coverage to to those areas which aren't served on an individual basis by those companies. So certainly look into cost for you and get something back for you to consider.
As part of that, Mr. Anderson, could not just the cost of providing the infrastructure, but I guess one of the considerations we might want to look at is the differential cost between activity status for the resource consent.
Sure.
So, I mean, I presume the council would strike a higher deposit for a discretionary activity than they do for a controlled activity. Certainly, I know in Auckland, the differences between, say, a non-complying activity application and a controlled one are quite substantial differences in costs. So, it might not be a big factor, but maybe if you could have a look at that too, that would be of interest.
No problem.
Do you understand?
Sorry, could I just ask a point of clarification on that? So we're expected to find out the total cost for a discretionary activity for a subdivision?
Well, I wouldn't have asked the question if your planning witness hadn't indicated in his view that there may be small costs to subdivision applicants to provide telecommunication connections. So okay. I want to work out how that's sort of sliced and diced in terms of cost.
Okay.
All right, and look, we understand the issue you have is that if people have sold lots that don't have any services, you get in the neck when you say that we can't provide services you want because it's just not available, and there should be some sort of process. So we get the issue. We've just got to balance up the information and the evidence we have, and we'll probably leave it there because I don't have any further questions for you, Tom. I think your evidence has been helpful, and the issue is alive with us, and we'll consider that as we make our recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have gone quite a lot over, and I thought we were looking at the diagram. I thought we were lunching at 1 o'clock. It looks like we're underway at 1 o'clock again. The panel does need a break, so I'm afraid we're just going to have to adjourn until 2 o'clock and make up time in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good. All right. Clock says 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and we'll get underway. Look, just in terms of order of batting, Mr. Souza has asked to come in first after lunch, and kindly Hillary and Stephanie have agreed with that. So, Mr. Souza, you'd like to come forward, and we'll accommodate you now. Excellent.
No additional.
It's just nothing additional to what the evidence I've posted on, or that you post online. Thanks for that. So I'm sort of in your hands, commissioners, in terms of, have you read my brief of evidence?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so that being the case, I'd just like to just quickly set out my relevance to proceedings today again. My name is Paul Souza. I'm a planning consultant. Working for myself. I have been I've been a planner for the last 30 years or so. Relevance to today is that I still, despite living in New Plymouth, continue to process resource consents for the Auckland Council. And it's that experience through processing consents, particularly subdivision consents that overlay land use and existing consents, that has really led my interest in being involved today in terms of trying to establish the same sort of mechanisms here that I've seen through my processing, well, it's not my processing, my preparation of resource consents and the like across the Taranaki district, not just in New Plymouth. The last 5 years, I have been preparing resource consent applications to various authorities around the area. In doing so, I've noticed that in particular New Plymouth District Council, there is provision for multiple houses, free, and again, I must stress that these are freestanding independent houses. They're not minor household units and the like. They are free independent houses that can operate independently of one another and can be established as a permitted activity. Now, under the operative current plan, as many of these houses can be built as the site coverage, building setbacks and things allow. Under the proposed plan, obviously up to 2 as it currently stands. I think there may be submissions in looking at the actual intensity of development and so on, and I hope that is indeed the case, but that is not my focus. My focus is about converting those permitted activity independent houses into individual properties of separate titles with minimal fuss or minimal process costs and so on in a streamlined fashion to basically fix the disconnect that has been brought through from the operative plan to the proposed plan. Because there is a distinct allowance of development under the land use provisions that doesn't seem to be recognised in the subdivision provisions. And that has brought about difficulties in getting subdivision consents through in a timely manner, in a costly manner, when really the issues are quite succinct. And I've read the submission of Mr. Campbell, Michael Campbell, on behalf of that's what we used to be Housing New Zealand, Kāinga Ora, and see that they're in agreement with this approach. And again, while I don't necessarily agree with all the things that they're suggesting, and we can run through those as you wish, the situation is, and I've put forward an amended activity table as part of my attachment to my submission, and indeed my evidence here today. So that is largely the basis for it, and that again, through my experience of processing these consents already, while they're a restricted discretionary activity in the Auckland Unitary Plan, having consulted with my colleagues, no one is yet to refuse a subdivision that overlays a land use, because typically everything has been established with the 2 houses. You've got your 2 houses, a means of access, you've got your services, all those things that come out of that front end situation, be it through a land use consent or through building consent or a certificate of compliance. All of these aspects come through. And then when we get to the subdivision stage, it really is a case of applying the lines to allow ownership of those properties to people. Now, from my own personal experience, again, this enables land to become available in a time when there's so much pressure on housing and house availability and housing affordability, is that it's quite a simplistic approach. Because what I'm suggesting, and what, again, I don't keep harping back to this council does, that council does, but the other approach that I'm regularly involved in enables subdivision consents to advance to a 224C in title stage without the houses being built. And what that enables is for the homeowner, say, to get their certificate of compliance, their building consent and or land use consent, then get the subdivision through, sell off the section to those people wanting a house and so on, while still residing in the front house without having to sell it lock, stock and barrel and move on. Because that is quite often the situation when you have older people in particular who might have a property that's too big for them, but want to stay in the area and things like that. So from a planning perspective and effects-based approach, it has been my finding that overlaying a subdivision over an approved development does not in itself result in any adverse effects that have not been covered. And indeed, when we process these things, there's just a standard blurb that goes on in the reasons for granting consent that basically says exactly that. That in allowing the subdivision simply creates title and so on. Now, that's the first aspect. The second one is where houses exist. Similarly, houses have been lawfully established. Same principle applies. Overlaying a subdivision in itself does not create any additional effects than what presently exists. And I've shown you that example that I've submitted with my evidence. Have you seen that? That is quite a stark example in that they were completely front sites. Both lots were front sites, and the boundary followed the fence line that went down the middle. Two separate driveways, two separate lots of services, no right-of-way configurations to overcome, no access width so to overcome, entirely front lots. That, to my mind, should have gone through as a matter of course with minimal concern. But again, in this instance, I acknowledge it was a non-compliant activity. But again, it was a non-compliant activity because we come back to the subdivision rules that have specific lot sizes that are completely a red herring, if you will, when it comes to subdivision of existing or approved developments. Because where these developments have occurred, they typically occur on sites in the context of the main residential zone for the proposed plan, on sites that are less than 800 plus square meters. They occur on 800, 750, 600, but they're entitled to have that second house there. But when they come time to subdivision, it all gets very difficult when it need not. And again, that example I've shown you there of the boundary going straight down the middle between two independent access properties, being publicly notified, going through the rigors of various requests for further information, is somewhat superfluous to actual final outcome. So that is the basis of that, of actually trying to make that connect between the subdivision rules and the land use rules, because at the minute there is no connect. And I believe this can be simply achieved. I've got my attachments A with my activity tables and things like that. And it is rather convoluted where I've had second thoughts about what I've submitted first time round as to what can come in and what should be in and what should be out. But simply said, I'm recommending or I'm asking that that subdivision around approved or existing development be treated as a controlled activity, where that subdivision is in accordance with the layout and of an approved development, where each lot is separately serviced and so on. And crucially, which I think this is the key to taking this forward into the activity table, complies with the effect standards of the subdivision S3 to S9, not S1, not S2, because they are the two elements, if you will, that create the conflict between approved or existing development and vacant lot subdivision, because 1 and 2 you shall have a lot area of 400 square meters per lot, and S1, 2 is you shall have a building platform. Well, clearly those two things have been established already. Those two things, by the granting of land use consent or the houses being there, being fully constructed, have been ticked off. So now we just need to look at servicing thereof those houses, and then one would anticipate again that that would fall into line if the forward approach of the land use has indeed been carried out as it should have. So my suggestion is that my activity attachment A be inserted in the controlled activity for all residential subdivision effectively, because to recognise what's gone before. In terms of the medium density housing residential zone, I also just like to point out, I think it's also been pointed out in the submission of Mr. Campbell, is that there isn't actually a minimum lot size for medium density housing. So if you come to do a subdivision in the medium residential zone, straight off without any land use consents or anything preceding it, there isn't actually any zone standard or lot size that applies in that zone. So where does that leave you? You could theoretically create a lot of 100 square meters. Whereas I think the intent is that in medium density zone, it should be design led and so on. And that's where what I'm proposing assists that, because what it does, it allows that design led approach to then transpire into a subdivision around something that's actually more defined than creating a finger in the air kind of lot size for the medium density residential zone. So again, it's that layering of of approach that needs to be taken, because again, vacant lot subdivision is its own beast, and that is recognised because of what then follows and how it's accessed. All those sorts of things are yet to be determined. But subdivision around approved development or existing development has been determined. It's been approved, it's been scrutinised, and on that basis has been approved based on the effects being acceptable in the environment. There's no need to rework it in that. And I understand that the 42A report says, well, that's all good, but it'll be discretionary activity anyway, so no big deal. But there is a big deal between being a controlled activity where things naturally follow as an order of course, and the council must approve it, to then reopening the gambit of, or we're then left to the interpretation thus far, which has been, what is the minimum lot size and how does this now impact on what I'm considering here? Again, it's a red herring. It shouldn't be in there for any kind of consideration of an approved or existing development. And that's where, in the past, conflict has occurred at that time of subdivision, where people come along and do my subdivision, oh, well, now we get neighbours' approval. We're looking at this, but hang on, you can see I can get a house on the site. But yeah, the lot size is inextricably shorter, smaller than it's supposed to be in the subdivision rules, thereby creating confusion or concern as to what the effects are on the neighbours. But again, complete red herring, because the effects are what have already been approved, what can be established as a permitted activity. And that is why I'm trying to fix that disconnect and go from there.
Thank you, Mr.
But that's the representation. We go into the rural aspect if you want, but the rural aspect of obviously, again, it's around existing development, not approved there, because there's so many defunct or failing farmhouses, or whatever you want to call it, dilapidated farmhouses, due to the changing nature of employment in the rural sector, that I've recommended be restricted discretionary, and you focus on the house, its curtilage area, and the loss thereof from the farming package as to what effect that has on the actual rural capacity or rural production of that land, which is the key. That in character, which will not be compromised by carving off that one house. So those are the main thrusts of my submission in a nutshell. But again, if you've read my evidence and so on, that's a summary thereof.
Thank you, Mr. Sousa. I'm sure we'll have some questions, but I'd just like to start with acknowledging you as a good Massey University man. So always good to hear from fellow alumni. And having also practiced considerably in Auckland, I'm sure Commissioner Littlejohn may have some questions for you.
Yes, well, not about your career in Auckland. I think we probably did cross paths occasionally when you were still here, Paul, but it's nice to see that that experience is now improving the Taranaki district, which is my hometown. Hey, I thought there was a real logic to your evidence, and I guess having lived with this in Auckland, and the notion of trying to make the creation of a title as simple as possible and focus the effects assessment around the activity itself, which creates the change in the environment. It's a very common approach that I'm familiar with up here, and as you have attested to as well. So I did find your evidence and the analysis you did of the provisions that council have landed on as sort of very timely, because I think it's fair to say you sort of hit the nail on the head that the subdivision provisions are very much written around the notion of vacant lot, rather than trying to facilitate infill or the titling of already existing infill. So I think there's some really good suggestions there. From your experience, and this is a particular question around an application where one aspect of it is restricted discretionary, for example, the land use consent. So let's say I wanted to do a multi-unit development, which is 3 or more in either the, it's discretionary in the general residential, but it's restricted discretionary in the what's the other one? The medium density. And at the same time apply for the subdivision consent that would create the titles afterwards. What's your experience of how council planners deal with that? Because you've got a restricted discretionary land use consent and a controlled activity subdivision consent. Do they sort of get tied up in knots with the bundling concept, or do they keep the two separate?
Yeah, they've got it. I process these day in and day out, Mr. Commissioner, in terms of last week I did 3 of exactly that. That's how they typically come in. While one can seek land use consent ahead of a subdivision consent, they typically come in for discretionary or whatever the case may be, land use consents. But council's approach is a rather pragmatic one, where when the two are received together, and the reason set out for consent is it is accepted that while they're both processed together, the subdivision is a secondary undertaking, not a primary one, not a co-joined one as the application allows, because they are 2 separate applications. They're issued 3 numbers, just not 1 or 2, but 3 numbers. The one is the land use number, one is the subdivision number, and one is the overarching bundle number. And those 3 numbers all interrelate. And so when you do the land use consent, no matter how I sit down and write it, precedes the subdivision consent. So I will write out the land use consent and the reasons and a decision for that. And then as part of that same process, I'll say, well, taking that the land use consent has now been granted, the subdivision consent is for rural blah, blah, development around an approved or existing development, and therefore is a controlled activity. So it's, even though there's 2 things come in as a combined consent, the land use consent is deemed to precede the subdivision, enabling the subdivision to be considered at the same time, but not intermingled with, if you understand what I'm saying there.
Yeah, I do. I mean, the other way that the lawyers look at it and say, well, the council's got to grant the controlled activity consent, but if you haven't got the land use consent, then it's effectively it's all it's all a waste of time anyway. So if you get turned down on your number of houses, then the subdivision consent's of no value to you, even though it's got to be granted. I guess that's where I was coming from.
So if the land use consent hasn't been issued, then the subdivision can't be granted because it's on the premise the land use preceded it.
Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, that was one point. In the 5 years you've been in New Plymouth, what is the appetite for infill on these 800 square metre sections?
Again, in terms of the subdivision, it varies considerably depending on the approach taken by the individual officer. There doesn't seem to be an overarching support or otherwise. It's very much a case-by-case basis. And again, I think, dare I say it, the community are conditioned to, when they see a lot size of less than 800 square metres, because again, here in New Plymouth at the minute, you've got a controlled activity status for 450 square metres if it's in the main residential area, of 450, and then you go down to discretionary of 400. Now, if you go down looking at, if you don't achieve that 450 but go to the 400, again, despite land use consent saying I can have 2 houses on that site, but if you try and do a subdivision with only 400 square metres, the council typically asks for the written approval of the neighbours and so on, when clearly I could get, or the development could get a second house on there. And that's where, again, I know there's been some distinction, say, about discretionary activity and so on, but it's been my experience so far that when you drop from 450 to 400 for a subdivision in a site that's perfectly flat and rectangular, suddenly neighbours can come into play as a discretionary activity when the land use rules would let you have a permitted activity on that site as of right. And that's, again, that disconnect that's coming through and somewhat conditioned. You know, there's so much development potential in New Plymouth as it currently stands that's unrealised because people don't make that connect between I can have a second house on there versus the subdivision rules, which say it has to be 450 or 400. And I give you that example that you may have received, that was, by all accounts, a non-compliant activity for a development that occurred that was publicly notified and so on, and that kind of thing puts people off doing those sorts of developments.
So would you accept then that the council's proposal to go to a no minimum lot size in the medium density zone is a positive thing in that regard?
I think it's a confusing thing. Again, in the context of how the plan is written at the moment, the medium density zone is intended for higher density housing, and we get that, but certainly that should be design-led, development-led, more so than creating lots of 400, 100, 200 and the like, because again, the way the rules are written, sub S1, that first things it says is medium house or medium residential, well, sorry, general residential shall be 400, low shall be 600, whatever the case may be. And then it's just silent when it comes to medium density. Like one of my suggestions in my evidence is that in the absence, if you are indeed having a nil or a no minimum lot size in the medium density zone, then because of the vacant lot provisions that are there, it should recognise such instead of being silent and then sending the plan user here, there and everywhere trying to ascertain what is the lot size for medium density housing because it's silent. It could say medium density housing, no minimum lot size, or I think the intent of that zone is design-led, stick with what I'm suggesting in terms of being a control has to be where a land use precedes it, therefore you get better outcomes in this higher density living around the centre of New Plymouth before you then move out to the suburbs and so on. So,
but I think I can see how you might read it like that, but there's an alternative way of reading it, and that the lot size in the medium density residential zone is the lot size that is capable of meeting standards S2 through S6, which is make sure you've got a building platform that's available to comply with the permitted activity in the underlying zone and comply with all of the other things. So it's actually a lot size that follows from being able to conclude a satisfactory land use proposal. I mean, that's how I read it. I mean, I can see how you read it the other way and doesn't give guidance, but you're not suggesting that we do put a minimum lot size in for the medium density residential zone, are you? No.
I'm just trying, when it comes to medium density zone, I'm promoting development-led for existing subdivision around existing development, and or just clarification around the absence of any statement, not prescribing a minimum lot size per se.
So if I wanted, let's say I'm one of these either asset rich and cash poor landowners on 800 square meters in the medium density residential zone, what you're proposing is that I could go to my architect or go to a draftsman, for example, and ask them to design a second dwelling on the extra half of the property. I could then go and get the plans for that drawn up. I could show that it complies with all of the standards in the zone. I then effectively, I could, if I wanted to, get a certificate of compliance for it and say, yes, that's a permitted dwelling on my site. Are you saying that I could then, at that point, on the basis of that certificate, subdivide as a controlled activity around that lot and then sell off that site with the plans for that house attached to it so that someone else could then just come in straight away and build a second house on the back?
Exactly. That's right. Exactly what I'm saying.
Sounds infinitely reasonable.
And what we've been doing to, again, I appreciate council concern might be that, well, then we just open up a section to do what they want with, but it's actually tied to the.
Oh yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that.
Tied to the,
yeah. And look, I got to say, I have experienced on numerous occasions, and it's probably one of the reasons my hair has gone grey, this notion of a council planner, because of this exact issue of a disconnect between the land use and the subdivision, ending up with an existing consented activity that's lawful and being asked to create it on a separate title, and for whatever reason it technically ends up as non-complying, and for some reason computer does not compute. It's sort of like, well, it's non-complying, it therefore must be bad, therefore I'm going to ask you to get neighbours' approvals and it's going to get notified. And as I say, I've had so many of those fights where the end outcome is simply all they want is another title, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the titles that secure the new housing development capacity. It's not the land use consents per se, because that's what people borrow against, is the title. So look, I think you've raised some good points, and I'll be interested to discuss your suggestions with Ms. Lawrenson as we proceed. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Sousa. I think I've got my head around it, but let me just test you on a couple of things. Right. Is this disconnect predominantly an operative district plan concern, or more so an operative district plan than a proposed district plan concern, or is it equally?
No, it's been, the disconnect's been brought through to the proposed district plan. Again, because of that, setting aside lot sizes and not recognising approved development, it's there as soon as you go to those standard rules that you've got minimum lot sizes and no provision to vary from those.
Okay. So, and it's not just limited to the medium density.
No, it's all the residential zones.
Yes. Just talking about the medium density zone, I don't know if you've noticed, the reporting officer has recommended the addition of the words no minimum allotment size.
No, I hadn't do that, but that's good to hear. That again, I'm just about clarity, but
yes,
you know, Commissioner Littlejohn may disagree with the item 2 covering that, but again, clarity. But that, yeah,
okay, that's if I've read it right, and quite often I don't read these things right. But so S1 clause 6, page 18, right? I don't.
I think development led is the intent for that particular high density is should be promoted,
and no minimum allotment size will promote development led. Surely, you disagree?
Well, no, it depends on what comes first again, because one can then, when you're trying to design to a shape, rather than, so at the minute you create this lot size of 200. So suddenly I've got this parameter that I've now got to work with, and so I'm designing by numbers or this, that, and the other. Whereas before, but prior to that, you then get the design aspect, let you design and then overlay the lot size, getting better design outcomes than you may otherwise get if you go, well, let's just create a nice little lot here and a nice little lot there, because then one is tiny houses start to creep in, whereas development or subdivision, land use development enables better design outcomes than does creating tiny lots.
Yeah, I just don't know what that means, Mr. Sousa. I mean, are you talking about comprehensive development or?
No, not at all. It's just that, again, I think I need to check what the activity status is for again, in terms of what the land use provisions say as to what one can do in the medium zone. That may dictate that circumstance.
Because the addition of the words no minimum allotment size in the MDR is part of the solution. What the land use controls state is the other part, presumably.
Yeah, but what also having an intermediary step, if you will, of what I've said here about being a controlled activity. Now we can do as an LDR a minimum, no minimum lot size subdivision, or you can get a controlled activity consent subdivision, which must be approved based on the land use consent.
Yeah, okay.
Which is an intermediary sort of step between the two.
Okay. Looking at the solution that you propose in your attachment A, you're really creating some carve-outs for approved developments and existing developments only, carve-outs from the rules in terms of the application of S1 and S2 to those rules.
Correct, because again, they are the stumbling block to the planners.
I understand that.
Yeah,
you don't have to elaborate.
Good.
I have processed some of these.
Oh, good.
So you're seeking to create a carve-out. You still will need to comply with S3 and S9.
Yes,
for approved developments at least, anyway.
Yeah, and that's my understanding is that servicing and thereof, and that's where, of course, every development needs to be serviced appropriately. But again, hopefully the front end is taking care of that.
Yep, just understand.
Yep.
I'm building it to a question.
All right.
So now
I've worked it out.
Okay, I remember. So are the terms, and just excuse me, I don't know the plan backwards, other terms approved development, and existing development defined in the plan?
Again, that's part of my submission.
Can see that.
And so as part of as part of this, if you carry on at the end of that table, I've put forward definition of approved development.
Yeah.
And I've also put forward a definition of existing development.
Indeed. So they are new definitions.
Correct. That I've put forward that don't exist.
Yeah.
And you'll see the underlined portion there is something that I've added since preparing this evidence again.
Yeah.
Because what I'm trying to avoid is that once this becomes live, then suddenly the planners inference or understanding, again, the successive planning staff come and go. And as they do, knowledge is lost, approaches have changed. I've sat on one side of a petition, having worked with the plan since 1991, new staff come in, and I get on the other side of the petition, suddenly we're looking at it a totally different way, and I have to jump up and say, whoa, hang on, we're not looking at that. This is how we've always done it. And that's what I'm trying to do by this definition, is to just give guidance as well as the definition to what's been proposed.
I understand that, Mr. Cecil, I missed those definitions. Sorry, I see them now. Were they part of your original submission?
Yes. It's something that wasn't really picked up in terms of both the categorisation of my submission, but also following that through. But the definitions have always been part of what I submit.
So the essential difference is the existing development is on the ground.
Yeah, and it's established.
Yes. Actually, I wonder. Oh, you've repeated it more than once, I see.
Is that sorry?
You've got it, these pages are unnamed, but definitely.
Oh, yes, I've got two lots of existing development.
Yeah.
Oh, only the one for the approved development. Yeah.
And there's no difference between those, is there? No. Okay. You think you could achieve that solution in a more efficient manner by, rather than creating a brand new rule, you could simply created an exemption for existing development or approved developments from S1 and S2? Would that be possible?
Not in the context, I think that would be cross-pollination of vacant lot subdivision. I think inserting that as its own activity status would be a much clearer way of dealing with it than having in the embodiment of controlled activities. If we just go back to here, for example, if that was just subdivision for those things, and then you'd have, then there's someone, and you'd have somewhere in the embodiment there a subdivision around approved development ideas. I'm just concerned that the confusion would lay as to
You're not say for the purposes of existing developments and approved developments, effect standards S1 and S2 do not apply.
That could assist, yes, off the top of my head.
Okay, I understand the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all my questions have been covered, but I do have one ancillary question you might help me with. Can you look at this plan that you've attached in your appendix? The collisions resource consent. That one there, yes. We have some other evidence from a survey, Mr. Sol, suggesting we go to 350 square metres minimum in the residential zone, the general residential zone. So this is effectively what he's suggesting. Is that efficient, or I don't know, just looking at the cars having to be parked up the street and
when again, in terms of the minimum lot size, in terms of what I'm promoting, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I'm not asking about you.
As to whether 350 is the number, I don't know. I don't know what catchment modelling and so on that the council's been preparing. Certainly, 350 from memory is is what you're dealing with in medium density areas in places like Auckland and so on, whereas they're still at 400 for the medium, for the main density, for the thing.
Just out of interest as a practitioner, I suppose.
I think maybe Mr. Sol's concerns, if we put to him about land use consents proceeding, and it might be addressed because the ability, I think he might be concerned about the ability to go down to those levels, is where what's driving his submission. Because if you look around New Plymouth, as indeed most of New Zealand townships, the lot size you're dealing with is about at 809 square metres. Yeah, 700, 800 square metres. And typically by zoning things 400 or 450, you've taken them out of the market altogether, but it still exists that you can get those small lot sizes with good outcomes.
Yep, no, that's fine. All right, well, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We appreciate
Thank you
for your input.
No, hey, thank you, and thank you for letting me go first. Those who were supposed to be ahead of me, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Stephen, can I, that discussion's just prompted a question of clarification to Nicola, if it's possible.
Sure. Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand the interrelationship between the residential zones and the subdivision rules. So I had to write it down on a table, and it may be something you could do for me instead. But if I look at the status of the number of houses and the subdivision thing, my looking at across both the chapters is in the general residential zone, 1 or 2 houses is permitted, 3 or more is discretionary. When it comes to the subdivision, it would be controlled if the lot size of around the house was 400 or 600 in Owakura, but otherwise discretionary. Does that sound right?
That's right, yes.
Okay, and then in the medium density residential zone, the difference there is that 2 is still permitted, but 3 or more becomes restricted discretionary. And then subdivision, regardless of the lot size that's sought subsequently, is controlled.
The subdivision would be controlled for lot size.
Yeah, it would not be, there's not a control around the lot size though.
No.
Okay, and then the low density residential, 2 is restricted discretionary, 3 or more is discretionary. It's a controlled activity subdivision if the lot size is 750, but otherwise discretionary.
The subdivision rules, yes, I have to check that.
Okay, no, that. Okay, oh no, that's just helpful. It just shows the different approach to subdivision and the number of dwellings capable within those 2 zones. I'm going to say off the top of your head, but I imagine you've already got the numbers for this. What's the relative aerial proportion of residential zones in the general versus the medium density versus the low density? Do you have a sense of that, or is that some information you could get for us?
I'd have to get that information for you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd find that quite useful. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Paul.
Ms. Walker, you've been waiting patiently there, and thanks for accommodating us again. I think it's so really appreciate that.
No, that's no trouble. Good afternoon, everyone. Mark Hooper has had to go though, so you're with me again. But yeah, that's just the way it is. Right, so I will crack on. Subdivision is a difficult topic for federated farmers to get a strong mandate on with regards to specific planning provisions, given the broad range of interests that landowners have with respect to their land and how different opinions can be with regards to rights and opportunities that may be created by subdivision for land for development purposes. So we do have a general position that can be summarised as advocating for protection of productive land to ensure primary production can continue to ensure the long-term viability of the agriculture sector. However, that general position is balanced against the fact that land needs people, its farmers and growers, to make the land productive. Farming is often a multi-generational enterprise, with the land asset providing a place for both home and business. So that means farmers value a flexible policy setting which enables farm succession planning to occur, provides for practical boundary reallocation or relocation options, and incentivises win-win opportunities to create public good environmental outcomes, while at the same time understanding the issues created by fragmentation of productive land. As an organisation, we believe that council subdivision and development policies and planning responses should provide for managed growth in rural communities. So while it is acknowledged that the loss of productive land can impact on a district's economy, there is also a need to recognise that farmers undertake small lot subdivision to provide for farm succession, dispose of surplus dwellings, and for providing on-farm accommodation for employees. Considered well-managed growth in rural communities provides for diversity and vibrancy in rural areas, sustains essential community infrastructure, and provides employment flexibility and opportunities, not to mention that growing communities ensures a growing rating base. Within that context, our submission on the notified plan was broadly supportive of the approach being taken. In particular, that subdivision reflects patterns of development that are compatible with the role of the zone, protects existing activities from reverse sensitivity effects, enables boundary readjustment, and provides incentivisation to create win-win environmental outcomes. So the issue we really want to focus on today relates to esplanade reserves, strips, public access, the purpose of the scheduled water bodies, and the 42A report recommendation to remove maintenance as a matter of control. Esplanade reserves and strips, when they are taken and for what purpose, is often a contentious issue. It is worth providing some general comment which shares farmers' views and experiences with the management of riparian strips and of providing for public access on and near farms. First and foremost, farms are workplaces, and any planned provision for greater access will have legal and practical ramifications for farmers. Many of our members do provide access freely. Some of our members, however, have had negative experiences with members of the public abusing the land and the landowners. And all of that does need to be recognised and understood by council. I can't get past that point actually without an example coming to mind, which I think is worth sharing. It was South Taranaki, not New Plymouth, but still relevant, obviously. So there was a situation where a water body was accessible by crossing a paddock, and there was a gate in the paddock. Off a public road, gate into the paddock, paddock water body, fenced water body. Now, a person decided that it would make sense to access that water body by taking their car. There was no public access was provided. But so through the gate, took the car through the gate, did lock the gate afterwards, would close the gate, which was useful. Didn't notice the field of bulls that the paddock was in, proceeded to their water body, spent their time there, and whilst that was happening, bulls, which are incredibly inquisitive by nature, decided to use that car as a paddock toy, whereby the owner of the car decided that that was the farmer's fault and proceeded to make things incredibly difficult for the farmer whilst they were trying to get costs for the damage done. Now that's just one example. I don't know if that was stupidity or naivety or what, but it happens, and I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it happens enough for it certainly to be an issue for us. And for the farmers' concerns, with those esplanade reserves, do primarily centre on public access. Where strips aren't contiguous, people try to access them by crossing private land, and poorly managed reserves can also act as reserves for pests and weeds, which can not only exacerbate flooding events and choke water bodies, but also spread pests onto adjacent farmland. Other problems do relate to theft of farm property and stock, and harassment and harm of farm animals, which can happen with careless dog owners. So moreover, due to the pattern of existing land fragmentation, any reliance on a requirement to provide esplanade reserves upon subdivision of land almost certainly never results in a continuous esplanade access along any given river or stream margin. Any access that might otherwise result alongside rivers and streams from such subdivision ends up being at best intermittent due to that ad hoc and infrequent timing of rural subdivision. We acknowledge the provisions in the plan do allow for waiving of these requirements and the potential for negotiation in certain contexts. We also acknowledge and strongly support the purpose of scheduling specific water bodies, which are prioritised for the taking of reserves and strips, if and when circumstances allow. That policy position has been tried and tested against the Section 32 analysis and as a common planning response. Council does need to balance the aspiration of communities against practicality. Any extension of this esplanade network must be one that can be supported by council funds in the long term, This means council must be able to compensate the landowner for the taking and then commit to perpetual maintenance of the new esplanade to ensure that it remains an area fit for purpose, public use and recreation. This could include things like rubbish collection, fencing, and constructing and maintaining paths. Now, we're of the view that access and conservation in other esplanade areas can be best preserved and protected by non-regulatory approaches, focusing on encouraging and educating landowners. Sustaining conservation values on private land requires goodwill, cooperation, and individual commitment of landowners and land managers. Therefore, Council's adoption of non-regulatory approaches which can focus on education and incentives more broadly can also achieve desired environmental outcomes. We are opposed to the creation of esplanade reserves and strips where land has been subdivided for the purpose of facilitating farming in the rural zone. Farmers should not have to provide esplanade reserves or strips where they're only seeking boundary reallocation to enable better practical management of farmland. And any requirement to acquire esplanade reserves and strips should be accompanied by a strategy which identifies waterways where acquisition of esplanade reserves is a priority for the purposes listed in sections 229 and 230 of the RMA, in which all the management issues associated with the esplanade reserves, such as enabling safe and practical public access or pest and weed control, for example, are provided for in a comprehensive way that also sits outside the district plan amongst other council functions which are under the Local Government Act and the Reserves Act. I have had a chance to read Ms Johnson's hearing evidence this morning and fully support the matters raised with regards to esplanade reserves and strips as being consistent with my understanding of the issues experienced by our members. It is also consistent with Federated Farmers' position that the taking of strips and reserves should be on identified and prioritised water bodies only. With regards to requests from other submitters seeking broader application of the planning response to cover all water bodies and impose 20 metre setbacks in every instance, whilst I couldn't find any section 32AA analysis to support those changes, if it would assist the commissioners, I do know Feds did some GIS work which identified the amount of land taken out of production and cost for fencing for specific setbacks that were proposed under the Essential Freshwater Package. And I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to fine tune that work to focus on New Plymouth and to identify some of the economic costs and implications for 20 metre setbacks on all water bodies. So yeah, if it pleases the commissioners, I can endeavour to have that work done with a fairly short turnaround and back to you. So with regards to just several changes that are recommended under the 42 report, we're concerned to see that the recommendation to remove maintenance from the matters of control suite, but particularly with regards to subdivision rule 1, which we have sought to retain as notified. It is difficult to understand why maintenance is not considered a valid action within the context of considering the effects of subdivision. Surely the starting position of the environment is relevant, and in some cases maintaining the current state could be all that is required to meet the policy direction of the plan. Now, these concerns also apply to the recommendation which changed the and/or option for protection and maintenance to require protection and enhancement, to require protection and enhancement in every instance. In our view, that is an unrealistic and unduly onerous planning expectation. I think that's, yeah, so that's all I wanted to cover generally. Happy to take questions.
If you, oh, thank you. We've got your speaking notes with us now, and Kit wouldn't have seen these?
They've been emailed.
Emailed. Okay, so I did have a question about just the process, Hilary, you're working through with the evidence. Up to now, you've been generally the Federated Farmers, and coming back to the hearing 5, quite supportive generally of where the staff have got to.
Yes.
But here there are some matters where you're seeking a change based on your submission over and above where the staff report's got to, including this maintenance question that we've you've just alluded to, and are you seeing some changes around the rules associated with Esplanade Reserve?
No, so we were comfortable with the notified position, the notified plan.
Yes.
And our submission around the Esplanade Reserves was seeking to make sure that there was waiver opportunities and expectations that they wouldn't be taken in every instance. So on my review of the notified provisions, I was comfortable that waiver opportunity is signalled in a note. Granted, it's in a note, but it's still within that rules framework. So I was relatively comfortable that our submission issues had been addressed within the notified plan. And again, that's, I guess, why I haven't given track changes. But because in the notified plan, it had maintenance, and it also had the and/or option, which is what we're supporting.
All right, so in that, and the staff report agrees with you on that. That's the
No, so sorry, it's a staff report that's recommending changes that we don't support on the back of other submitters' requests.
Okay. So you haven't done track changes because.
Yes. Yeah. So what? Yeah. No, but I'm more than happy to. That won't take long at all, because it'll just essentially take out the planning recommendation changes.
Yeah. Look, I think to be consistent, and you might have heard me be a bit tough on the Forest and Bird advocate, just in terms of just both explaining clearly and sort of what the relief is on top of where the staff have got to.
Okay.
As well as the cost and benefits of 32AA. So because you've got lots of submissions and we're following closely the position, I think if you could do that for this hearing, just to be consistent with other parties, and it won't take long, that would be not only appreciated, but I think we need you to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected I'd need a 32AA, would I, given that it was the notified plan provisions that we're supporting? Wouldn't?
It's where you're seeking changes different to the plan. So you're right, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, we're not seeking any changes really from the notified plan.
Okay. Well, I think just for the record, so we can actually track the position of Federated Farmers, if we can do the 32AAs are required where we're looking at something that's different to the notified plan, you're right. So if you're happy with that and make that clear, it's good. And just on your analysis of the cost of Esplanade Reserves, with its true land take, given the fact that you're supportive of the plan as it is, that really backs up the fact that you're supportive of the plan as it was notified. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess my only point around that, well, the key point around that is that other submitters are seeking much more, and I'll use the word onerous, requirements around the Esplanade Reserve process and for 20 metres to be taken in every instance. Now, I haven't seen any Section 32AA analysis to support those changes, to be honest, but I know all I was saying is, in the absence of that, would be really difficult for the commissioners to have an understanding of the economic costs anyway, with respect to that sort of relief. And I know Feds did a huge amount of work actually on using GIS tools that we have available to get a handle on the type of economic cost that some aspirations have with regards to the essential freshwater space. And it was phenomenal, to be honest, the amount of land that comes out of productive use when you're taking, well, even 5 metres either side of a water body. And then the fencing that's required to actually separate those areas off from the productive unit is, like I say, phenomenal. People just fully can't appreciate those costs until that analysis is done. Now, we didn't put it with our submission because it obviously wasn't what we were asking for, but all I'm suggesting is I think it would be very difficult for commissioners to get a handle on those costs arguably they should have been provided by another submitter, but if we can assist in that, then more than happy to see what I can do.
Did you make further submissions opposing those more onerous?
Yeah, actually, so we did make extensive further submissions, although interestingly enough, not so much on this, on the subdivision part. In the main, because like I said, it is relatively hard for us to get a mandate on some specific provisions. But yes, there'll be scope for us to, well, we have made opposing submissions on some of those Esplanade Reserve conditions, I guess.
Right. Well, I'll get a view from the other commissioners whether that extra information would be helpful.
Yeah, I think it needs to be proportional though to what you're asking for. It doesn't need to be over the top.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, sorry.
Well, it needs to be of a scale that's to the significance of the change that you're.
Yeah, so the point is, and I guess the point you're making, we're not actually asking for changes, so it may not be appropriate at all. So we are supporting the planning response with that notified with the notified version. I guess we would just be and I don't mean to, well, I might as well say plainly, but putting commissioners on notice that that some of the financial implications for what other submitters seek, needs to be cognizant, I guess. And if that information isn't being provided elsewhere, then it could be something that we could help fill in the gap.
Are you telling us that the staff report supports the position of the other submitters that you think are going too far? Is that?
Yes, essentially, yep.
So in terms of supporting the plan as it is currently, you've got some information about true costs of implementing what the staff are suggesting to us based on other submissions. So on that basis, if you'd like to supply that, I think that's reasonable and would be gratefully received. Kit, do you have any other view on that?
Look, I'm just still trying to understand what it is that Hillary's identified as something that the staff are proposing that has a significantly greater cost than what was in the notified plan within this chapter.
Wait a minute, let me bring it up. To be honest, it may not have been the staff request, it was other submitters' request. True, if it's not, I guess it was depending on how persuasive you were going to find other submissions. Let me go. Because you're right, I think maybe the 42A report.
Can you help?
It's the only trouble with all the track changes is
I've just asked Nicola to see whether she might be able to assist.
Sub S9?
It will be S9, but now
so we haven't, I haven't made recommendations on the first part of sub S9 yet, because I wanted to, because this report came out before hearing 5. I have the benefit of hearing 5 behind us to be able to make those recommendations. So I think that you might be drawing on some of the preparing.
Yes. That's true. Sorry, I have just looked at S9. The 42A report recommendation hasn't altered that yet. But that's not to say that's where that's going to stay, I guess is the point.
Yeah, I guess it does raise a procedural issue that I think the commissioners need to talk about, and that if the recommendation in reply by Ms. Lawrenson is quite a substantial change to that which hasn't been signalled in advance, then we may just have to deal with that procedurally, commissioners. But I think that's what I thought you were what this was all about in terms of it was all sub S9. So that makes a little bit more sense now. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, and I understand there are a lot of, and it is one of the, probably at this stage, one of the bigger topics that goes through the plan that we have to deal with is the management of water bodies, not just for access and Esplanade strips and Esplanade reserves, but the management of them generally.
Yeah.
And I think you're right to identify Ms. Johnson's evidence in that regard is quite helpful, because certainly it's something I found quite interesting, And all I can say is that the jury is still very much out on how we're going to manage all of these things, because it's very much like what we're trying to manage. It weaves its way through this district all and everywhere. So we've got to come up with a comprehensive way of dealing with it, I think. Sorry, Stephen, I've gone off piste on that.
That's all right.
I don't know whether.
I think we'll receive the information that Hillary's suggestion will be helpful, just as background information to support your submissions and your presentation, Hillary. But I think we will go to any specific questions now, I think.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think. Yeah, thank you. I think that research that you've had undertaken for fed farmers historically, I think it is probably, given that you have supported the rule as it is, it's information that you ought to get to Ms. Lawrenson in a timely manner, because it will probably be relevant to where she may end up with on this particular provision, whether she stays as is or whether adopts things. So I just encourage you to put it out there. I didn't have any other particular questions for you, Hillary. You did prompt in my mind a question for Ms. Lawrenson though, and it concerns the boundary adjustment rule. And I hadn't picked it up previously because there's a lot in these, but this is a controlled activity rule which does not create another allotment, and yet it has to comply with the subdivision effect standards. Nicola, can you confirm that S9 would be triggered on a boundary relocation, given that it's very much focused on whether a creation of a new allotment? No, it's creation of allotment generally, isn't it? So is that the intention?
I have to go back and have a look at the section 32 analysis to confirm that, because I didn't write it, but it would be triggered by clause 3, and it would also be triggered by the water bodies rule, which then requires you to comply with sub S9 as well. Okay.
So if you were going to take a boundary adjustment that for whatever reason moved the boundaries of the allotments so that either of those, either the overlay or S9 were triggered, then your boundary adjustment would have to comply and potentially provide for an esplanade strip or reserve.
Yes, and okay. Just in my example, in my experience of processing under the new plan or rules that have immediate legal effect, we have had that happen.
Okay, all right. Now that makes sense. Clarifying that, but I take your point, Ms. Walker. Did you make a particular submission on that?
On the no, I don't know that we did, to be honest.
Right,
I'll have to go back and check. It was a fairly light submission on the subdivision chapter, to be honest.
All right. No, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, David.
That last issue is of potential concern. I don't know whether readers of the plan would have actually anticipated boundary allotment adjustments being triggering esplanade rules. I'm not sure what the water body rules say. And you know, the wording of where any allotment is created, and I guess I read that as any new allotment, whereas a boundary adjustment isn't. The test is that there's no new allotment created. It's just a shifting of internal boundaries.
I think you might have a submission on that. I know we do relating to boundary adjustments in SNA, so I'll check to see if it extends to water bodies.
The efficacy of that interpretation is significant, and it's going to need quite an important section 32 AA assessment, I would have thought.
Can I just add to, sorry, Commissioner Littlejohn, I think I misunderstood your question. There was a Fed submission that was saying that esplanade reserves and strips shouldn't be taken for a boundary adjustment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just, if I just carry on, sorry, a bunch of, I'll let you make those notes. The note on sub S9.1, notes 1 and 2, are potentially concerned because they're creating exemptions to the rules. Whereas notes previously, I'm thinking at some S6 are really there for information, just saying, you know, you need consent from Taranaki Regional Council, that sort of thing. So I'm not sure what the function of the note is. If it's part of the rule, it should be part of the rule. Or it should say for the purpose of rule S9(1) without the need for the note. You know, it's I think Commissioner Littlejohn's got a better understanding of what section 229 of the Act allows in terms of waivers and reductions. I don't understand that provision myself, but there's also a reference in note 2 to policy 4 and policy 5 of the water bodies chapter, which obviously provides some guidance for council assessing subdivision applications when it comes to waivers. Is that the case?
Those policies set out what the expectation is if someone does ask for a waiver and what would happen, some instruction.
Right. I guess all I'm signaling is my discomfort from a practitioner's point of view with the approach in notes 1 and 2. They need to be part of the rule, and but apart from that, anything else, Steve?
Yeah, just if I can, I mean, this is a really vexed area, section 230, because it doesn't trigger the Esplanade Reserve requirement on the creation of a new allotment. It simply triggers it on the creation of an allotment upon a subdivision. And a subdivision is a division of an allotment into two parts. So my experience is that surveyors still treat a boundary relocation as a two-step approach, which involves subdivisions of allotments. So if, for example, a boundary is adjusted and makes a previously 4.1 hectare allotment where no Esplanade Reserve had been taken, a 3.9 hectare allotment, then the Esplanade Reserve provision is triggered, even though no new allotment has been created in the sense of an extra parcel of land. It's the mechanism of dividing the allotment which creates the trigger for section 230. So, and it is something that we're probably going to pull our hair out about, I think.
What about,
anyway,
what about section 229? What's it?
229 merely sets out the purposes for Esplanade strips and reserves. Section 230 is the critical one, which is the taking. And then there are a range of provisions that enable rules for Esplanade reserves and strips to be taken on lots greater than 4 hectares, but you've got to put them in a district plan to do it. And then technically you've still got to compensate for that area of land taken over what would otherwise have been required, sort of thing. So, but what is written here is technically correct. If an allotment adjoining a water body, as defined in section 230, is created and it's less than 4 hectares, then the statutory presumption is that a strip or reserve is taken, unless the rule in the plan varies that requirement. Yes. Which it seeks to do to some extent by reducing it in other zones down to 10 metres rather than the 20.
And what about, sorry, I should be asking you questions, but what about the 4 hectare threshold, which someone creates for exemptions? How does that relate to 230 or 229, if at all?
Yeah, I don't immediately know. Does Nicola have an answer for that? Because it really is simply stating what section 230 says.
Because note 1 is really saying for sub 9 rule 1, this doesn't, sorry, 2, it doesn't apply if the allotment is less than 4 hectares adjoining the water body, is it?
I think that note might actually have a mistake in it in terms of which provision it refers to as well.
Note 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, should that be 1?
Yeah, I think it's meant to be 1.
Yeah, that's inadvertently got it wrong, but so-and-so got it wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, so what note 1 is doing is adding that extra phrase into sub rule 1 to make sure it's clear about the 4 hectares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I was suggesting is that it could be part of sub rule 1.
Yeah, I take your point. Yep.
Do you have any questions from Ms Walker?
Yeah, that's what they're all for us. Well, she's supporting the plan.
I'm enjoying the masterclass. It's all right.
No, not being a subdivision expert, I'm following with a lot of interest as well. But Hilary, you've prompted some good discussion and your position's clear. If we can get from you your little table, and if you can do that for us as we go forward, that would be great. And also that information, just provide that to us through Julie would be really, really helpful. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Okay. Look, I think we'll take one more witness before we have a break. And we are behind time, I'm sorry. These things happen. They're happening a lot in terms of just, I see there are some too many questions or being too interested in the subject, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But Stephanie, are you there ready to give your evidence now?
Yes, I am.
That's great. Welcome back, Stephanie. How are you?
Thank you. I'll just do, I've done a written summary and I'll just do a brief intro because I haven't appeared before Commissioner McMahon before. So kia ora, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie McNichol. I've been asked to provide expert evidence for the Director General of Conservation. I hold the position of Senior RMA Planner within the department, having held the position since October 2020. I confirm I've read the Code of Conduct for Expert Witnesses as contained in the Environment Court Practice Note. I've complied with the code when preparing my statement of evidence and acknowledge I also have a duty to my profession. So my evidence addresses the subdivision provisions of the proposed New Plymouth District Plan. So my written summary of evidence. So I've prepared a written summary. There are 3 key points of the Director General's submission addressed in my evidence. These are seeking the inclusion of habitats of Indigenous fauna, recommending that subdivision within 1 kilometre of the Egmont National Park and or adjacent to public conservation land be a discretionary activity. And the third one, cross-referencing proposed amendments to align with the Ecosystems and Indigenous Biodiversity chapter. So in relation to habitats of Indigenous fauna, I note in my evidence that the Council Officer's Section 42A report accepted the inclusion of the wording habitats of Indigenous fauna for sub O2, sub P2 and sub R41. I support these inclusions and they address the Director General's submission. However, I note that the wording amendments did not follow through for objectives sub O2 and rule sub R4 in the Section 42 report, nor in Appendix 1 of the Officer's recommended amendments. In my opinion, this may have simply been an oversight. Regarding subdivision within 1 kilometre of Egmont National Park, in my evidence, I agree with the Council Officer's Section 32 report that the subdivision of land and subsequent land use can generate adverse effects on the environment. The Director General's submission raises concerns that such adverse effects include the proliferation of domestic animals around sensitive Indigenous biodiversity areas, such as Egmont National Park and public conservation land. While I agree with the Council Officer that there is scope within the matters of control within the Eco chapter, I do not consider that these are strong enough to address the Director General's concerns. And in my evidence, I have provided an example of stronger policy direction, such as that embedded in the Far North District Plan subdivision chapter, which contains various means such as fencing or covenants or consent notices of how preservation and protection can be achieved through the subdivision process. And lastly, just in relation to a general submission regarding cross-referencing, I refer to ensuring that cross-referencing between the eco chapter is maintained. I note at the time of writing the section 42A report for subdivision, the eco chapter was yet to be heard. Now that the eco chapter hearing is complete, in my view, the council officer's recommendation in the section 42A report for subdivision to reject eco-R new is premature and should be held in abeyance until decisions have been made by the hearing panel commissioners on both chapters, as in my view, consequential amendments and alignment may be necessary. So that basically concludes my written summary. Do the hearing panel commissioners have any questions?
Thank you very much, Stephanie. We'll start with Commissioner Littlejohn.
Yes, thank you, Stephen, and kia ora. Appreciated your evidence. Again, an attention to detail that's to be applauded. I too had picked up the oversight and carrying through the reference to habitats of Indigenous fauna. I don't know, were you listening into particularly rule sub 4, which I think is really the heart of the matter here, on a controlled activity subdivision in the rural environment, where for example, all of that land surrounding the park would be located. Were you here earlier today where there was a suggestion potentially that the matters of control in sub R4 that relate to 4 and 5 actually potentially don't need to sit within the subdivision chapter, but ultimately would be able to be carried through in the overlay chapters themselves?
Yes, I did hear that discussion.
Yeah, that wouldn't really address the issue you've raised, though, would it? Because, well, it would in the sense that if the subdividing lot had Indigenous vegetation or a habitat of fauna on it, then it would give the mandate for conditions to be imposed. But if, for example, this was land that had no Indigenous vegetation on it, but was merely within a kilometre of the park, there wouldn't be any mandate to put any conditions around domestic pets, would there?
That's my understanding, yes.
Would one way of addressing the issue be to simply include a more specific matter of control, which is linked to the location of the allot, and you could use your 1 kilometre, threshold, and then a matter of control would be triggered for a lot that created a lot within 1 kilometre of the park, measures to manage and control domestic pets? Could you do it? Would that be another way to do it?
I think that is a possible solution, yes.
So I must say, I was looking as well, because the other option would be controlled matter 12, which is, makes my head spin in terms of making a controlled activity subject to a matter of section 108 or 220 of the Act, given how broad they are. But I mean, potentially you could argue that the breadth of the condition-making power in the RMA would also potentially give the processing officer the ability, if it was concerned with domestic pets close to Indigenous habitats and the like, they could potentially, but you'd be reliant then on the applicant or the processing planner actually identifying the issue, wouldn't you?
That's right, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Given that there's a prospect that this plan might span a world in which the Resource Management Act ceases to be, I'm just, again, it's sort of raising a little alarm bell about whether we want to refer to provisions in that act within this plan, but I guess that's a bigger issue we probably need to have a think about. So that's one way we could deal with this particular issue, because I have had experience with exactly this, and in the far north, believe it or not, where there's kiwi habitat everywhere. So I know the issues that are raised, but I think it's a good point to raise, and you've given us evidence to support it. So I appreciate it. Thank you for your evidence.
Look, I don't think I have anything, Ms McNichol. I was going to also test you on the very matter that Mr Littlejohn has done. I guess, you know, you would have heard from my previous questions, I'm interested in efficiency and effectiveness and try not to avoid or duplicate provisions. And so I am interested in exploring whether matters over which control is reserved need to duplicate matters that are in the overlays, such as the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity overlays, which are on point. They have specific policies and where subdivision and deal with subdivision of land containing those significant natural areas or biodiversity matters. So wouldn't it be a more effective and efficient prospect to rely on those provisions rather than try and duplicate them in the subdivision provisions, so long as the necessary cross references are there?
I believe so. I think, yeah, I think it was really just a matter of ensuring that the cross references are present.
Yes.
And in my opinion, at this point in time, there's a lot of matters that are still being decided in other chapters, and it was just ensuring that it's not lost and that it is actually captured somewhere.
Because there's a danger that you misrepresent. I mean, you get the terms wrong. We've already, and this is not a criticism, we've already seen that there's been some divergence in terminology involving significant vegetation, biodiversity, habitats, and so the office is very much alive to the need for consistency of language there. But saying it once and saying it right and saying it with the right force at the appropriate location and having the necessary cross references, surely that's the answer.
Yes, I fully agree with that.
Okay, no, thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Yes, Neville, I do have one follow-up question about your paragraph 26. And it's where you've highlighted some changes you're suggesting in the matter 4 there, which we've just been discussing.
Yes.
So we've got these terms: Indigenous vegetation, habitats of Indigenous fauna, and Indigenous biodiversity. So
I would just have to say that I think that that's one of the reasons how or why I've raised the terminology. I know that the department's submission and the witnesses from the department have used Indigenous vegetation and habitats of Indigenous fauna, and we've been consistent with the use of those terms, and that feeds back to our submission. So I'm not quite sure in terms of that particular one how Indigenous biodiversity has jumped in there, but from the department's perspective and from our evidence, we've focused on the habitats of Indigenous fauna.
So the Indigenous biodiversity could be redundant because it's just, what else does that cover? Is that your?
I think so. The focus of the submission from the department and our witnesses have been Indigenous vegetation and the habitats of Indigenous fauna. And that's all we've submitted on. So I'm not sure we would have scope to then expand to Indigenous biodiversity.
But that's a request that's been put in by Nicola, I think, isn't it, or change?
Yeah, and I was consulting with Ms. Macbeth, but of course, again, we hadn't had the benefit of that hearing at that point in time.
Yes.
So certainly something we want
something to flag, because that gets a bit untidy when we have those 3 terms. Stephanie's right, that seems to be settled on those 2 previous terms. And the only other question I have is about, in the hearing before, I think we had a discussion about habitats for Indigenous fauna perhaps being potentially everywhere. you remember that discussion? You gave evidence around the shorebirds, is that right?
Yes,
Yes.
good memory.
Yeah. And yeah, so it gets, because a lot of indigenous fauna are quite cryptic and the habitats are all over the place. There's a matter of control that's quite a difficult one, but I think, yeah, your evidence is that we need to have it in here to ensure those matters are covered.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And look, I did have one question about your far north example. You've given us this example, but you haven't suggested we do anything with it. Is that because of an evidence scope or something else?
I think so, yes. In my view, the submission looked to have the activity status be discretionary, and I think I was possibly putting that up as another option, which also created a solution that may not necessarily rely solely on the activity status. It was kind of offering an alternative, but I also wasn't sure whether there was or how the council would view this in terms of the framework of the plan as it was notified.
But this does include the animals that we talked about, cats and those sort of things before. So you think this is on the table potentially within your scope for the council team to think about?
I think so, yes.
Okay, we'll hear back in the right reply on that. Thank you very much. And just
Stephen, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, I sound like a broken record here, and it's more for the reporting officer, really. And it's just these three terms that Stephen just talked about: Indigenous vegetation, habitats, and Indigenous biodiversity. I've just been looking at the sequence of when these appear in the objectives, policies, and in the rules. And there's no rhyme or reason, really. The objectives talk solely about Indigenous vegetation. The policies talk about Indigenous vegetation and habitats. And the matters of discretion or control talk about a mixture, including Indigenous biodiversity. So my expectation is that the terminology in the overlay chapters on ecosystems and biodiversity should lead the way here. And I mean, it's the old David Burton adage, why say it once, say it once, why say it again, get it right in that chapter, and then rely on the definition and the policies around that to then inform the words that are used at the objective level, policy level, and the matters of discretion. So it may be that Indigenous biodiversity is the set, I don't know, that encompasses all of those things, or maybe it's not. But the chapter on ecosystem should provide the answer, I would have thought. Land it there and then use it. Yeah, in the same way that you would with hazards, heritage, natural features and landscapes, public access, water bodies, coastal environment and earthworks, using those terms. Sorry if that sounds like
I think so too. It's possibly that chapter where it was in the order of hearings has meant that it's still, but as time progresses and decisions are made, I think that then all that consistency will be re-looked at, and a number of parties are just flagging that along the way to make sure that that happens. So yes, if it ends up being Indigenous biodiversity or it ends up being the other two, I'm sure that will come out.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much again, Stephanie. We will take a break till 2:45.
Thank you.
We'll certainly do our best to catch up with everything, but we could be here for a wee bit after 5, but see how we go. Back. There's McLeay, Louise come up.
My name is Louise McLean. Resource management planner with a private consultancy group called LandPro. Given time constraints, I don't know if you want me to go over my my evidence. I think it's pretty
clear. We have read your evidence, so unless you want to just give us a 2-minute highlights package, and then we'll get into some questions. That would be good.
Yes, that would be fine. So LandPro is planners and practitioners. We just we're hoping we might be able to offer some insights around clarity and some certainty. So the first point was with regard to the status of the subdivision design guidelines. So at the moment, they are referred to in the appendix. And I don't think it's particularly clear, just for the layperson reading the district plan, what the status of those guidelines are. So the suggestion that that was made by LandPro is that for some clarity, that the status of the design guidelines are, there's a statement in the appendices that highlights what the status of those design guidelines are for the everyday reader. So it's clear that they're part of the statutory document.
What's your understanding of their status?
My understanding of them is that as the council have gone through this process and included them in the appendices, that they have are treating them as a statutory part of the planning document, and they have the same weight and would have to go through the same review processes, etc., as any other part of the district plan.
Would you draw a distinction between the subdivision design guidelines and the residential guidelines, and on one hand, and on the council's land development and subdivision standard on the other? Are they similar or different?
I think they are.
Status.
Sorry.
In terms of status.
I believe that the clue is in the naming of them. So the guidelines are referred to as design guidelines, whereas the infrastructure and development standards are standards.
Right.
So one is quite precise and it's been through peer review.
Where do the subdivision design guides crop up and reference in the rules?
I think taking a step back, the intent and the objectives of the design guidelines are supported and progressive, and that's understood. The point that I think it tips, in my opinion, is when they're used as a matter of matter over control, and a matter over which control is reserved in the controlled activity rules for subdivision.
Yes. So, for example, in sub rule 6.
Yes, and sub rule 4, 1, and also in sub rule 6.
So I'm just looking at 6. It talks about one of the matters of control is clause 3, consistency with the subdivision design guide and and in the residential zones, the residential design guide. There's supposed to be a comma.
So I would be suggesting that that be deleted.
Okay.
In the interests of clarity and certainty for a controlled activity rule, I think an applicant should be in a position, if they've met all the bars and standards required for a controlled activity, then they should not need to go back and revisit concepts such as context and character.
Right. What about for a restricted discretionary activity? Are the subdivision design guides referenced in any way? I can't immediately see where they have been.
Well, I can't see it either. Defer to Nicola.
Or given it's our discretionary role. Refers to the subdivision design guide.
Which one? Number?
Rural lifestyle zone, sub R4, restricted discretionary activity status. And clause 3.
Nice.
Louise, you're asking that to be deleted as well, aren't you? That's
Not in the restricted discretionary. Just in the controlled activity.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry.
That's fine.
Just why I have interrupted. What are you saying, that it's inappropriate to consider those matters as a controlled activity, but it's not inappropriate to consider them as a restricted discretion?
I would again defer to people who have more experience than myself on that question. I feel pretty confident around controlled activity. I have a personal opinion, just a personal opinion.
Sorry, carry on.
Just where you, just where you mark up the deletion, this is a technical issue. Looking at page 9 of your evidence, you number 3 there, you've got it both struck out, but it's also left in. Is that just a glitch?
I was just, yeah, that's just a typo basically.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Is there anything else you'd like to summarise before we go to questions?
No, I think those are the substantive points really. The others are just matters of clarification, the definitions and in the evening.
Okay, Kit, over to you for questions.
Yeah, just thank you, Ms. McClay. That was very helpful. I just wonder if you could just talk me through how your proposed definitions around vehicle access leg address the issue you've identified in your paragraphs 22 onwards.
We find that when an applicant comes in and we're sitting down with the surveyor and we're looking at the subdivision rules and determining lot size, we then go to the definition of minimum lot size, which is the area excluding access. So there is no definition of access in the definitions at the moment. I'm just suggesting that it might be helpful to define access. So I've suggested.
No doubt, the more definitions, the merrier. But in terms of, you say there's an issue as to defining minimum lot size. Doesn't what you want to achieve require you to change the definition of minimum lot size so that it thereafter excludes these new creatures you've defined, access, vehicle access, and vehicle access leg? Because at the moment, the minimum lot size is the area of the allotment, total area of land available, less any area subject to, and you see then we've got any area used as a legal right-of-way or access leg. So, and right-of-way is defined, but access leg is not. Is that sort of where we need to, or where you're suggesting we need to incorporate into the definition some form of exclusion for, or definition of access leg?
Correct, yes.
Do you think we need to change the definition of minimum lot size in any way to, because otherwise we'll include these three other defined terms in the plan if we agree with you, but they won't actually have any interrelationship with the definition of minimum lot size, so they won't actually achieve anything. Do you see what I mean?
No, I'm sorry, I don't quite follow.
Do you want the access, the vehicle access, or the vehicle access leg discounted from the minimum lot size, so that when you're assessing for a subdivision proposal, for example, the minimum lot size, you exclude those areas or you include those areas?
I'm suggesting that they're excluded.
Okay. But what you've proposed for the definition of minimum lot size doesn't achieve that, because you're not, as far as I can tell, you're not suggesting any changes to the definition of minimum lot size. You're just suggesting we bring in these new terms which define these other things, but they're not excluded from calculation of the minimum lot size.
I'm sorry, I haven't got the definition of minimum lot size in front of me.
Oh, it's in paragraph 24 of your evidence.
Page 5. Can the term access leg is used in that?
Yeah, I see that, but it's not identified as a defined term.
No. But the vehicle access isn't, is it?
No.
That's really the key point, was just trying to get clarification around access leg.
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Hopefully this is helpful. Climate Aura also made a submission on the definition of minimum lot size, and they sought amendments to the definition to account for a maximum width of 7.5 metres for their access leg. So there is some commentary in the report about that, which I'm trying to catch up with right now. And I drew on the transport chapter to help inform how I dealt with that submission. So I'm just reading through paragraphs 359 and 360 of my report.
I see. Because we do have a definition of right of way, and it's an easement granting rights and shall include an access lot, but we don't have a definition of access lot, do we? No. Look, I don't want to make more. I mean, I absolutely get the point you're trying to achieve, and I think it's worth considering, because we do have lots of areas of lots that get used for activities relevant to the activity on the lot that shouldn't be counted as part of the minimum lot. And I just wonder whether your suggested solution to that is actually going to do that. So it's probably something we should just reflect on.
Thank you, Kaz.
That's what I'm seeking clarity about minimum lot size. That's what I'm trying to achieve, and I just felt at the moment that it's a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Cool. The only other point I did want to make is I do have sympathy with your suggestions about the subdivision design guide and consistency or not with it being a matter for which control is reserved. It's particularly when, for example, the guideline itself, which is Appendix 1, it has a statement that says, as part of the resource consent process, the applicant should provide a written assessment describing how the relevant design guidelines are addressed. It is recognised that not all proposals will meet all of the guidelines, so that sometimes a design outcome may be best achieved by means not anticipated in the design guide. So, and then the applicant should explain with reference to the guidelines not met why they're not going to comply with it. So I must say, I'm hoping David will go round in circles on this as much as I, but making that a matter of restricted control does make my mind boggle. But I'm hoping there's an answer. Hoping there's an answer through it, because I don't think anyone's arguing with the intention, which is that we do make sure that these things are designed properly. And there's lots of good thinking out there, but turning them into rigorous requirements in a resource consenting proposal can sometimes create more problems than it solves. So I take your point on that. It's an issue indeed. Kāinga Ora have arranged with the infrastructure land development guidelines as well.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, Kit, I need to tell you that you're on the design guidelines hearing with me, so it'll be you and me grappling with these in the future as well.
Yeah, well, yeah.
On that basis, no questions for me.
Okay, all right. No, I didn't have any other questions from you, Ms. McLeod. That was very helpful. Thank you.
And then I had a final point with respect to definition of a water body and a significant water body.
Mm-hmm.
Just that I noted that the E-plan has the blue line for a water body and for a significant water body, but it includes, that blue line includes where the water goes into a pipe and also under a building. So the Section 42 report did state that the definition of a water body would follow the definition in the RMA. So I'm just raising that point to illuminate it, to suggest that it might be appropriate to have consistency between the text and the EMAP.
Oh, look, I must say I've got lots of blue highlighting there because it is a real issue, and it's something that we've discussed as a panel. It's all very well enough, well, good for us to be debating about all of these words, but fundamentally this is an E-plan and it has a life beyond all of these words, and we've got to make sure that there's complete coordination between it and whatever recommendations we make. So it's always very helpful for people to point out those sorts of disconnects between the plan and the writing. So I'm grateful for that.
No questions, but I can't help myself. I think the issue with the subdivision design guidelines, and this is for benefit of the reporting officer, and the issue of the land development manual are very similar, but they're also quite different.
Mm.
The LDM doesn't form part of the plan except by reference, whereas the subdivision design guidelines do form part of the plan. Presumably they were both tested in some public arena. Yeah, we do need to hear more on that, I think, in the right of reply. But I guess at the end of the day, it's important that for a controlled activity, the matters of control should relate to matters that are easily measured and assessed. And you know, if there's elements of discretion in the design guidelines, a criterion that talks about consistency with it just doesn't cut the mustard. So I guess this is really a direction to you to have another think about whether that is an appropriate, effective and efficient provision, because if the council does want to retain control over the design of subdivision then they should be looking at something other than controlled activity for that mechanism. Because the bottom line standards, the effect standards really be the end of the matter. And that, I think that's the point that the submitter is making for controlled activity. But where something, a higher environmental outcome is required, then a higher activity status should be prescribed, I think. And we'll take up the land development matter with Queen Aura tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. McLeay. Thank you for your assistance.
Sorry, I'm struggling with that. All the
I'm
lines.
seeing over there. I wonder whether you were struggling with David's question.
I thought it was a letter.
No, I'm not. There are a lot of lights in here.
Let's why don't do that. It's pretty glary, right?
I'm used to working in my living room. And I have 2 lights.
Look at you all down there having your social interaction. Goodness.
Much better.
I've seen you cry.
Also, I can tell how seriously Auckland is taking Wellington's edicts by how much traffic there is on the road. It's growing by the day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Helen, I think we'll get going with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
So I actually had a power outage this morning. So I've scribbled a few notes about my evidence. I don't actually have anything to formally give to you.
Okay.
So in terms of the evidence that I provided earlier, in general, the concerns on my submission were addressed through the Section 42A report prepared by Ms. Lawrenson. And so there are only really 3 matters that I want to talk to today. One being water supply, the second being subdivision in the rural production zone, and the third being what appears to be an incredibly interesting topic about esplanade strips and reserves. So with regard to the first matter, which is the matter of the water supply, Ms. Lawrenson recognised that the use of the term available in the law as written was open to interpretation and suggested some recommended changes to address that. I appreciate that she's tried to address that matter, but I still have some concerns in that it's not clear what constitutes an urban supply. So, for example, in the appendix I gave you, there were things like rotor mains as opposed to other types of mains. And this is particularly true where we have areas that were previously zoned rural and had a restricted water supply available as an option that have now become residential. So I used, I think, the Cowling Road example to illustrate that. The recommended changes also still retain the word unavailable in the second part of the word. So I guess what I'm trying to do is get a better understanding of exactly what the expectation is, and to ensure that it's clear. And it may be that this is through a more explicit reference to some of the standards in the land development and subdivision control standards, may be able to assist that, so that it's clear up front. In the operative plan, you have the 200 metre standard. I have to admit,